Consent Matters, Navigating Relationships and Boundaries. Copyright symbol August 2023. Glow Introduction. Defining consent and its importance in interpersonal relationships. In our complex and interconnected world, interpersonal relationships lie at the very core of our existence. Whether they be romantic, platonic, or professional, these connections have the power to shape our lives profoundly. Yet, within the tapestry of relationships, there exists a vital thread that must never be overlooked: consent. Consent, a seemingly simple word, holds immense significance in establishing and maintaining healthy relationships. At its essence, consent is the unequivocal and voluntary agreement between individuals to engage in specific actions or activities. It forms the cornerstone of mutual respect, communication, and understanding, allowing each participant to have agency over their own body, choices, and boundaries. To grasp the true significance of consent, we must understand what it truly entails. It is not merely the absence of a verbal no, but rather the presence of a wholehearted and enthusiastic yes. Consent requires an active, ongoing, and conscious agreement between all parties involved, free from any coercion, manipulation, or external pressures. The importance of consent becomes most evident in intimate relationships, particularly in the realm of romantic and sexual encounters. Here, consent is the key that unlocks the door to vulnerability, trust, and intimacy. Without it, the foundation of the relationship may be marred by feelings of violation and disconnection. However, consent is not limited to intimate settings alone, it extends to all spheres of human interaction. In friendships, professional relationships, and even casual encounters, obtaining consent is paramount in fostering a culture of respect and understanding. Yet, despite its significance, discussions surrounding consent have often been clouded by misconceptions and societal norms. These misconceptions perpetuate harmful behaviors and contribute to a culture that trivializes or dismisses the importance of consent. As we navigate through this book, we will unravel these myths and misconceptions, shining a light on the true essence of consent. This book serves as a guide, not only in understanding the concept of consent but also in practicing it within our daily lives. We will explore the intricacies of consent in various contexts, delving into its interaction with power dynamics, digital interactions, and legal considerations. Moreover, we will explore the profound impact of consent in the LGBTQ+ community and its intersectionality with diverse cultural contexts. As we embark on this journey together, let us remember that consent is not an abstract concept but a living and breathing aspect of our relationships. It demands open communication, active listening, and a genuine willingness to respect the boundaries of others. With each page turned, we will strive to foster a consent-driven culture that empowers individuals to navigate relationships with compassion, empathy, and, above all, with a deep sense of mutual respect. Discussing the prevalence of consent-related issues in society. As we venture into the heart of the matter, it is imperative to shed light on the prevalence of consent-related issues that persist in our society. These issues seep into various aspects of our lives, often unnoticed or brushed aside, but their impact can be far-reaching and devastating. In the realm of romantic and sexual relationships, consent-related challenges are all too common. Countless individuals have experienced situations where their boundaries were disrespected, leaving scars that may linger for a lifetime. Non-consensual experiences, ranging from subtle breaches to overt violations, can lead to emotional trauma, eroding trust, and damaging self-esteem. Beyond the intimate sphere, consent struggles manifest in various other contexts. In workplaces, a lack of clear communication regarding consent can lead to uncomfortable situations, harassment, and the abuse of power dynamics. In friendships, assumptions about consent may lead to misunderstandings or exploitation. Furthermore, in the digital age, where lines between personal and virtual interactions blur, consent is often disregarded, leading to cyberbullying, revenge porn, and other forms of digital abuse. Consent-related issues can also arise in legal settings, where the nuances of consent are scrutinized and debated. Cases of sexual assault, harassment, and coercion underscore the urgent need for society to grapple with the complexities of consent, both legally and morally. Unfortunately, our collective understanding of consent has been clouded by a culture that sometimes normalizes non-consensual behaviors. The perpetuation of harmful gender norms, media portrayals, and societal pressures can make it difficult for individuals to recognize, assert, or respect consent. Throughout this chapter, we will confront these uncomfortable realities head-on. By acknowledging the prevalence of consent-related issues, we take the first crucial step toward addressing and eradicating them. We will hear the voices of survivors, allies, and advocates who bravely share their experiences, stories, and insights to shine a light on the pressing need for change. It is essential to recognize that tackling consent-related issues is not an individual responsibility but a collective endeavor. As a society, we must work together to dismantle harmful norms, elevate consent to its rightful place, and create a culture that values and prioritizes the autonomy and agency of every individual. In the chapters that follow, we will delve deeper into understanding consent and how it impacts various aspects of our lives. By empowering ourselves with knowledge and fostering empathy, we can foster a future where consent is not only respected but celebrated as a cornerstone of healthy, nurturing, and meaningful relationships. Establishing the purpose of the book, to educate, empower, and promote healthy relationships. As we embark on this journey through the intricate realm of consent, it is essential to set a clear purpose for this book. Our mission is threefold: to educate, empower, and promote healthy relationships. Education forms the foundation of progress, and in this case, understanding consent is the key to unlocking healthier and more respectful interactions. By providing comprehensive and accurate information about consent, we seek to equip readers with the knowledge they need to navigate relationships with greater awareness and sensitivity. Empowerment lies at the core of our endeavor. It is not enough to simply comprehend the concept of consent. Individuals must feel empowered to exercise their agency and advocate for their boundaries. Through empowering stories, practical guidance, and exercises for self-reflection, we aim to help readers recognize their worth and stand firmly in their right to give or withhold consent. Promoting healthy relationships is the ultimate goal of this book. Healthy relationships are built on a foundation of trust, communication, and mutual respect. By embracing the principles of enthusiastic, informed, and ongoing consent, we hope to foster a culture where relationships flourish, and individuals feel safe, seen, and valued. It is our hope that by delving into the various facets of consent, readers will gain a deeper understanding of its significance in their own lives and the lives of others. Moreover, we aspire to inspire a cultural shift that recognizes consent not as an inconvenience or formality but as a powerful expression of empathy and care. The journey ahead will challenge preconceived notions, demand self-reflection, and invite us to engage in open dialogue. We encourage readers to approach this exploration with an open mind, as it is through vulnerability and openness that we grow and evolve. Ultimately, the purpose of this book extends beyond its pages. We aim to spark conversations, initiate change, and plant seeds of understanding that ripple through homes, schools, workplaces, and communities. By embracing the principles of consent, we have the opportunity to create a world where each individual's autonomy and well-being are cherished and protected. Together, let us embark on this transformational journey. As we venture forth, may we emerge with hearts filled with compassion, minds enriched with knowledge, and the unwavering commitment to cultivating a consent-driven world where healthy relationships bloom and thrive. Chapter 1: Understanding Consent. Defining consent, what it is and what it is not. In this opening chapter, we embark on a journey to understand the essence of consent, what it truly is and what it is not. As we delve into the intricacies of this fundamental concept, we gain a deeper appreciation for its role in fostering healthy and respectful relationships. At its core, consent is a clear and voluntary agreement between individuals to engage in specific actions, activities, or behaviors. It is an active and ongoing process that requires active participation and continuous communication from all parties involved. Consent is not a one-time transaction, it is a continuous dialogue that evolves as the context and circumstances change. To grasp the true essence of consent, it is essential to dispel common misconceptions that surround it. Consent is not the absence of a no, rather, it is the presence of an enthusiastic and wholehearted yes. It must be freely given, without any coercion, manipulation, or pressure from external influences. Furthermore, consent cannot be given under the influence of drugs or alcohol, as impaired judgment diminishes the ability to provide informed and voluntary agreement. In such circumstances, it is crucial to recognize the inability to give genuine consent and prioritize the well-being and safety of all parties involved. Consent is not a blanket approval for all future actions. It is specific to each situation and does not transfer from one context to another. Just because someone has consented to one activity does not mean they have consented to everything else. One of the most vital aspects of consent is the capacity to withdraw it at any time. An individual has the right to change their mind and revoke consent at any point during an interaction. This withdrawal must be respected and honored without hesitation or protest. It is essential to recognize that consent is not an isolated act but a fundamental aspect of healthy relationships. It is a cornerstone that upholds trust, respect, and understanding between individuals. By honoring consent, we create a culture of empathy and compassion, where each person's autonomy and agency are valued. Throughout this chapter, we will explore real-life scenarios and engage in thought-provoking exercises to deepen our understanding of consent. By the end, we hope readers will emerge with a clear understanding of what consent is and the significance it holds in nurturing meaningful and respectful connections with others. The principles of enthusiastic, informed, and ongoing consent. In our exploration of consent, we encounter three fundamental principles that form the bedrock of healthy and respectful interactions: enthusiastic consent, informed consent, and ongoing consent. These principles serve as guideposts, illuminating the path towards fostering meaningful and consensual relationships. Enthusiastic consent. Enthusiastic consent is the gold standard of all interactions. It goes beyond a mere lack of resistance or silence and requires an explicit and enthusiastic agreement from all parties involved. It is a resounding yes that emanates from a place of genuine desire and eagerness to participate. Enthusiastic consent creates an atmosphere of positivity and mutual desire, where each individual's comfort and pleasure are cherished. The absence of enthusiastic consent is not an opportunity to persuade or coerce another person into an activity. True consent is only present when it is freely and passionately given without any form of manipulation, pressure, or external influence, Informed consent. Informed consent is rooted in transparency and clear communication. It entails providing all relevant information to ensure that individuals can make decisions based on a complete understanding of the situation. This includes sharing intentions, risks, and any potential consequences of an activity. Informed consent also requires a sound understanding of the context and any factors that may impact an individual's ability to make a decision. This may involve considering factors such as age, mental capacity, and power dynamics that could influence an individual's ability to provide genuine consent. Ongoing consent. Consent is not a one-time event, it is an ongoing process that requires continuous communication and mutual agreement. Each interaction within a relationship demands renewed consent, even if the activities have been previously agreed upon. Individuals have the right to re-evaluate their boundaries and express their consent or lack thereof at any point during the interaction. Ongoing consent emphasizes the importance of active listening and respect for each other's boundaries. Consent can be withdrawn at any time, and it is crucial to recognize and honor this withdrawal without question or resistance. Together, these principles create a framework for nurturing relationships built on trust, respect, and empathy. By incorporating enthusiastic, informed, and ongoing consent into our interactions, we lay the foundation for a culture that values and prioritizes the agency and autonomy of each individual. As we delve deeper into our understanding of consent, let us remember that it is not a static concept but a dynamic and evolving practice. By embracing these principles, we take significant strides towards creating a world where consent is not only recognized but celebrated as a cornerstone of genuine connection and intimacy. Debunking myths and misconceptions surrounding consent. In our journey to understand consent fully, it is crucial to confront and debunk the myths and misconceptions that have clouded our perception of this essential concept. These misconceptions perpetuate harmful attitudes and behaviors, often leading to a disregard for the importance of enthusiastic, informed, and ongoing consent. Myth 1: Silence means consent. One of the most prevalent and dangerous myths surrounding consent is the belief that silence or the absence of a clear no indicates consent. However, consent must be actively and explicitly given through an enthusiastic yes. Silence does not signify agreement, and assuming consent in the absence of a clear response can lead to grave consequences, including non-consensual actions and harm to individuals involved. Myth 2: Consent can be implied. Consent must be explicit and unambiguous. Assuming that someone has consented based on their behavior, appearance, or past actions is not valid. Each new interaction requires a fresh agreement, as consent is specific to the given circumstances. Implied consent is a dangerous notion that undermines the need for open communication and active agreement. Myth 3: Consent cannot be revoked. Consent is not a binding contract, it is a dynamic and fluid process. An individual has the right to change their mind at any point during an interaction and withdraw their consent. Respecting the withdrawal of consent is essential, as continuing an activity after consent has been revoked constitutes a violation of personal boundaries. Myth 4: Being in a relationship implies permanent consent. Being in a relationship, whether romantic or otherwise, does not equate to automatic and continuous consent for all activities. Consent remains specific to each action and must be sought and given for every new encounter. Relationships thrive on mutual respect, and presuming consent can lead to a breakdown in communication and trust. Myth 5: Alcohol or drug use invalidates the need for consent. Engaging in activities while under the influence of alcohol or drugs can impair judgment and render an individual incapable of providing informed consent. Consent is valid only when all parties involved are of sound mind and capable of understanding the implications of their actions. Myth 6. Men cannot be victims of non-consensual acts. Consent is a universal concept that applies to all individuals, regardless of gender. Debunking the myth that men cannot be victims of non-consensual acts is essential in fostering a culture that supports survivors and acknowledges the importance of consent for all. In confronting these myths and misconceptions, we strive to create a more informed and respectful society. By dispelling these harmful notions and embracing the principles of enthusiastic, informed, and ongoing consent, we take significant steps towards cultivating relationships built on communication, understanding, and mutual respect. As we debunk these myths, let us remember that consent is not a burden or a formality, it is a powerful tool that empowers individuals to set boundaries, protect their autonomy, and foster healthy connections with others. By shedding light on these misconceptions, we pave the way for a culture that values consent as a fundamental pillar of ethical and compassionate interactions. The role of communication in obtaining and giving consent. Communication is the lifeblood of consent, the essential conduit through which individuals express their desires, boundaries, and agreements. In this chapter, we explore the profound role that communication plays in obtaining and giving consent, and how it serves as the foundation for building healthy and respectful relationships. Expressing boundaries. Communication empowers individuals to express their boundaries clearly and assertively. By openly stating what they are comfortable with and what they are not, individuals create an environment where their autonomy and agency are respected. Understanding and respecting each other's boundaries is essential in fostering an atmosphere of trust and safety. Active listening. In the process of obtaining consent, active listening is paramount. Paying careful attention to verbal and nonverbal cues allows individuals to gauge each other's comfort levels and understand their needs better. It is not only about hearing the words spoken but also about empathizing with the emotions and concerns underlying those words. Negotiating and compromising. Consent is not a rigid and inflexible concept. It often involves negotiation and compromise to ensure that all parties involved feel respected and comfortable. Effective communication enables individuals to navigate these discussions with sensitivity and empathy, finding common ground that honors everyone's boundaries. Understanding context. Consent cannot be divorced from its context. Effective communication allows individuals to consider the circumstances surrounding an interaction, such as power dynamics, cultural norms, and previous experiences. By understanding the context, individuals can ensure that consent is truly informed and voluntary. Encouraging openness and trust. Open and honest communication fosters a sense of trust and safety in relationships. When individuals feel comfortable expressing their desires, fears, and boundaries without fear of judgment or retribution, it strengthens the foundation for enthusiastic and ongoing consent. Navigating ambiguity. In some situations, obtaining consent may involve navigating ambiguity, especially when verbal cues are not explicitly stated. In such cases, open communication becomes even more critical. Checking in with each other, seeking clarification, and being sensitive to any changes in comfort levels are crucial in ensuring that consent remains enthusiastic and informed. Throughout this chapter, we will delve into practical communication techniques that promote consent and respect. From active listening to clear communication of boundaries, these strategies offer invaluable tools for individuals to navigate consent-driven interactions with confidence and empathy. By recognizing the transformative power of communication, we lay the groundwork for relationships that celebrate each individual's agency and foster a culture of respect and understanding. As we embrace the role of communication in obtaining and giving consent, we move closer to creating a world where each person's voice is heard, valued, and honored. Chapter 2: Consent in different contexts. Consent in romantic relationships. Romantic relationships are often characterized by deep emotional connections and intimate interactions. In this section, we explore the significance of consent in the realm of romance, understanding that consent is not only a prerequisite for physical intimacy but also a crucial aspect of emotional well-being and trust. Emotional consent. Consent in romantic relationships extends beyond physical boundaries. Emotional consent involves respecting each other's feelings, opinions, and personal space. It means understanding that one partner's emotional needs may differ from the other's and being supportive and considerate of those differences. Understanding individual autonomy. In romantic relationships, it is essential to recognize that each partner retains individual autonomy. Neither partner should feel pressured or obligated to engage in any activity against their will. Respecting each other's autonomy fosters a sense of mutual trust and empowerment within the relationship. Freely given and continuous. Consent in romantic relationships must always be freely given and continuously maintained. It is not a one-time event but a continuous process of checking in with each other and ensuring that both partners are comfortable and willing to engage in any activity. Honoring boundaries. Clear and open communication is key to understanding and honoring each other's boundaries in romantic relationships. Both partners should feel comfortable expressing their limits and desires without fear of judgment or reprisal. Recognizing signs of non-consent. It is crucial to be vigilant about recognizing signs of non-consent in romantic relationships. Emotional withdrawal, lack of enthusiasm, or discomfort are indications that a partner may not be fully on board with an activity. Responding with empathy and addressing concerns openly is vital in maintaining a healthy and respectful relationship. Navigating intimacy. Physical intimacy in romantic relationships requires enthusiastic and ongoing consent. Consent for one activity does not imply consent for another. Partners should engage in open conversations about their comfort levels and be receptive to each other's needs. Consent and trust. Consent and trust are deeply interconnected in romantic relationships. Trusting that one's partner will respect their boundaries and prioritize their well-being enables individuals to feel safe and secure in expressing their desires and vulnerabilities. Throughout this section, we delve into case studies, communication exercises, and expert insights to provide readers with practical tools to cultivate consent-driven romantic relationships. By embracing the principles of enthusiastic, informed, and ongoing consent, individuals can foster a romantic connection founded on mutual respect, understanding, and emotional fulfillment. Remember, consent is not a barrier to romance but a powerful enabler of intimacy and connection. By nurturing an environment where consent is valued and prioritized, romantic relationships can blossom into deep and meaningful connections where both partners feel cherished, respected, and heard. Consent in sexual relationships. Sexual relationships hold a unique place in the realm of consent. Sexual intimacy involves vulnerability, trust, and the intertwining of physical and emotional boundaries. In this section, we delve into the critical importance of enthusiastic, informed, and ongoing consent in sexual encounters, acknowledging that consent is the foundation of healthy and respectful sexual relationships. Enthusiastic consent in sexual encounters. Enthusiastic consent is of paramount importance in sexual relationships. It means ensuring that all parties involved are genuinely and wholeheartedly willing to engage in sexual activities. Consent must be active and affirmative, and it must never be assumed or coerced. Affirmative communication. Clear and affirmative communication is key to obtaining and giving consent in sexual encounters. Partners should feel comfortable expressing their desires, boundaries, and any changes in comfort levels openly and honestly. Active listening to verbal and nonverbal cues is essential to ensure that both partners are enthusiastic participants. Consent and power dynamics. Sexual relationships can involve power dynamics that may impact the ability to provide genuine consent. It is crucial to recognize and address any imbalances of power or authority to ensure that consent is freely given and not influenced by external pressures. Negotiation and boundaries. Navigating sexual encounters involves negotiation and respect for each other's boundaries. It is vital to recognize that consent is specific to each activity and may vary from one encounter to another. Checking in with each other and seeking continuous agreement is essential to maintaining a consensual environment. Consent and intoxication. Consent cannot be given or received when one or both partners are under the influence of drugs or alcohol. Engaging in sexual activities with an intoxicated partner constitutes non-consensual behavior. Ensuring that all parties are fully conscious and capable of providing informed consent is a crucial aspect of a respectful sexual relationship. Recognizing non-consent. Partners must be vigilant in recognizing signs of non-consent during sexual encounters. Any hesitation, withdrawal, or expression of discomfort should be taken seriously. Addressing concerns with empathy and respect is vital to maintaining a safe and consensual environment. The role of trust and communication. Trust and open communication are integral to fostering consent in sexual relationships. Partners should feel safe and secure in expressing their desires and limits, knowing that their boundaries will be respected. Building trust through respectful communication paves the way for a fulfilling and satisfying sexual connection. Throughout this section, we explore real-life scenarios, provide expert insights, and offer practical exercises for cultivating consent-driven sexual relationships. By understanding the significance of enthusiastic, informed, and ongoing consent, individuals can create a space where sexual intimacy is based on mutual desire, respect, and emotional well-being. Remember, consent in sexual relationships is not negotiable, it is an absolute requirement. By embracing a culture of enthusiastic consent, individuals can engage in sexual encounters that are empowering, respectful, and deeply fulfilling for all involved parties. Consent in friendships and platonic relationships. While consent is often associated with romantic and sexual relationships, its significance extends to all forms of human interaction, including friendships and platonic relationships. In this section, we explore the importance of enthusiastic, informed, and ongoing consent in these non-romantic connections, acknowledging that boundaries and respect are equally vital in building meaningful and fulfilling friendships. Respect for personal space. Consent in friendships begins with respecting each other's personal space and boundaries. Just as in romantic relationships, friends must feel comfortable expressing their limits and desires without fear of judgment or dismissal. Sharing and emotional consent. Friendships involve emotional sharing and support. Emotional consent means being considerate of each other's feelings and understanding that not every emotional topic is open for discussion. Respecting each other's emotional boundaries fosters trust and deepens the bond between friends. Consent in activities and plans. In friendships, consent applies to activities and plans as well. Before making decisions that involve both parties, it is essential to seek agreement and ensure that both friends are enthusiastic participants. Recognizing and respecting each other's interests and comfort levels enriches the friendship experience. Checking in and communication. Ongoing consent in friendships involves checking in with each other regularly. Life circumstances and preferences may change, and being open to continuous communication ensures that the friendship remains respectful and fulfilling for both individuals. Boundaries and rejection. Respecting boundaries also means accepting and gracefully handling rejection. If one friend declines an invitation or expresses discomfort with a particular activity, it is essential not to pressure or guilt them into compliance. Respectful acceptance of each other's choices strengthens the foundation of a healthy and supportive friendship. Friendship and power dynamics. While friendships typically involve more balanced power dynamics than romantic relationships, it is crucial to be aware of any potential imbalances. Ensuring that both friends feel heard and valued, regardless of their social status or influence, is a vital aspect of consent in platonic connections. Building trust through consent. Consent is a powerful tool in building and maintaining trust within friendships. When individuals feel respected and heard, they are more likely to open up and share authentically, deepening the bond and creating a more meaningful connection. Throughout this section, we explore real-life examples and communication exercises to underscore the significance of consent in friendships and platonic relationships. By embracing the principles of enthusiastic, informed, and ongoing consent, individuals can nurture friendships that are grounded in mutual respect, empathy, and support. Remember, consent is not limited to romantic or sexual interactions. It is a cornerstone of all relationships, laying the groundwork for authentic connections that enrich our lives with trust, understanding, and genuine care. By embracing consent in friendships, we create a space where each individual's autonomy is cherished, and the bond between friends is strengthened with mutual respect and consideration. Consent in professional and workplace settings. Consent is not limited to personal relationships, it also plays a crucial role in professional and workplace settings. In this section, we explore the significance of enthusiastic, informed, and ongoing consent in the context of the workplace, acknowledging that respecting boundaries and fostering a consent-driven culture are essential in promoting a safe and respectful work environment. Consent and professional boundaries. In professional settings, it is essential to recognize and uphold personal and professional boundaries. This involves seeking consent before engaging in activities that may be outside the scope of the work relationship or involve personal matters. Consent and workplace interactions. Consent applies to various workplace interactions, including physical contact, discussions about personal matters, or participation in social events. Respecting each individual's comfort levels and seeking explicit agreement in such situations is crucial. Consent and collaboration. Collaboration is a hallmark of many workplaces. Obtaining consent from all team members before involving them in collaborative projects or sharing their work is essential in promoting a culture of respect and inclusivity. Consent and data privacy. In the digital age, data privacy is a significant concern in many workplaces. Employees have the right to consent to the collection, use, and sharing of their personal information. Respecting data privacy laws and seeking consent when necessary are integral to maintaining trust and confidentiality. Consent and feedback. Providing feedback is an integral part of professional growth. However, feedback should be given and received with consent and sensitivity. Seeking permission to offer feedback and understanding the individual's comfort level in receiving it is vital in fostering a positive work environment. Consent and social events. Workplace social events can create a sense of camaraderie among colleagues. However, it is essential to recognize that not all employees may feel comfortable attending such events. Obtaining voluntary and enthusiastic participation ensures that social gatherings are inclusive and enjoyable for all. Consent and power dynamics. In workplaces with hierarchies and power structures, consent becomes even more critical. Ensuring that employees feel comfortable expressing their boundaries and concerns, regardless of their position, is vital in maintaining a healthy and respectful work environment. Throughout this section, we explore case studies and communication exercises to underscore the importance of consent in professional and workplace settings. By embracing the principles of enthusiastic, informed, and ongoing consent, organizations can foster a work culture that values and prioritizes each individual's autonomy and well-being. Remember, consent in the workplace is not optional, it is a fundamental aspect of ethical and respectful professional conduct. By promoting a culture of consent, organizations can create a space where employees feel empowered, heard, and respected, leading to increased job satisfaction, collaboration, and productivity. Chapter 3: Consent and Power Dynamics. Recognizing power imbalances and their impact on consent. Power dynamics play a significant role in shaping the dynamics of consent in various relationships. In this chapter, we delve into the complex interplay between power and consent, understanding how power imbalances can influence the ability to provide genuine and enthusiastic agreement. Power imbalances in relationships. Power imbalances can arise in various relationships, such as in romantic partnerships, workplace settings, and even friendships. These imbalances occur when one individual holds more authority, influence, or control over the other. Impact on enthusiastic consent. Power imbalances can impact the ability to provide enthusiastic consent. In some cases, a person may feel pressured or obligated to agree due to the fear of consequences or the desire to please the person in a position of power. This can lead to non-consensual activities disguised as compliance. Informed consent and information asymmetry. Information asymmetry can contribute to the lack of informed consent. When one party possesses more information than the other, the consent obtained may not be fully informed, as the individual with less information may not understand the implications of their agreement. Power dynamics in intimate relationships. In romantic relationships, power dynamics can heavily influence consent. An imbalance of power may result from differences in age, financial status, social standing, or emotional dependence. Partners in a vulnerable position may struggle to assert their boundaries, leading to a skewed power dynamic. Consent in workplace hierarchies. Workplace hierarchies often present significant power imbalances. Employees may feel hesitant to decline requests or express their boundaries when dealing with superiors due to fear of retribution or negative consequences for their career. Recognizing and addressing power imbalances. Recognizing power imbalances is the first step towards addressing their impact on consent. Open communication, active listening, and creating a safe space for individuals to express their boundaries are vital in mitigating the negative effects of power dynamics. Fostering consent-driven cultures. Organizations and communities can foster a consent-driven culture by promoting transparency, fairness, and inclusivity. Implementing policies that prioritize consent and address power imbalances can create an environment where each individual feels empowered to provide genuine and voluntary agreement. Throughout this chapter, we explore real-life scenarios and expert insights to deepen our understanding of power dynamics and consent. By acknowledging the impact of power imbalances on enthusiastic, informed, and ongoing consent, we can work towards creating relationships and communities that prioritize mutual respect, understanding, and agency for all individuals involved. Remember, consent cannot be fully obtained or given in the presence of unequal power dynamics. By actively addressing and dismantling these imbalances, we create a culture where consent is valued and protected, fostering relationships that are built on trust, equality, and genuine connection. Consent in the context of age differences. Age differences can introduce unique considerations in the realm of consent. In this section, we delve into the complexities of age disparities and how they impact the ability to provide genuine and informed agreement, particularly in intimate relationships. Age of consent laws. Many jurisdictions have laws that define the age of consent, which is the age at which an individual is considered legally able to provide consent for sexual activities. These laws aim to protect minors from potential exploitation and non-consensual interactions with older individuals. Age differences and power imbalances. Significant age differences in romantic relationships can result in power imbalances. Older partners may possess more life experience, financial stability, and emotional maturity, which can influence the dynamics of consent within the relationship. Informed consent and age disparities. Age disparities can impact the ability to provide informed consent. Younger individuals may lack the life experience or emotional maturity to fully understand the implications of engaging in intimate activities with older partners. Consent and age-related vulnerabilities. Younger individuals may be more susceptible to manipulation or coercion from older partners, especially if there is a significant power imbalance. This vulnerability can hinder their ability to freely give enthusiastic consent. Recognizing age-appropriate relationships. It is crucial to recognize and respect age-appropriate relationships, where both partners are at similar life stages and have the capacity to provide genuine and enthusiastic consent. Communicating boundaries and expectations. Open communication is essential in age-differentiated relationships. Both partners should feel comfortable discussing their boundaries, needs, and expectations to ensure that consent is freely given and respected. Addressing age differences responsibly. In age-disparate relationships, it is the responsibility of the older partner to ensure that their actions are ethical and consensual. Being mindful of the potential power dynamics and prioritizing the well-being of the younger partner is essential in promoting a healthy and respectful connection. Throughout this section, we examine real-life scenarios and expert insights to gain a deeper understanding of age differences and consent. By acknowledging the complexities and vulnerabilities that may arise, we can work towards fostering relationships that prioritize enthusiastic, informed, and ongoing consent, regardless of age disparities. Remember, consent transcends age, and it is crucial to approach relationships with empathy, respect, and consideration for each individual's autonomy and well-being. By fostering age-appropriate and consensual connections, we create a culture where all individuals are empowered to engage in relationships that are built on trust, mutual respect, and genuine consent. Consent and authority figures. Teachers, employers, and mentors. Interactions with authority figures, such as teachers, employers, and mentors, introduce unique considerations in the context of consent. In this section, we explore the dynamics of consent when dealing with individuals who hold positions of power and authority. Power imbalance in authority relationships. Interactions with authority figures inherently involve power imbalances. Students, employees, or mentees may feel compelled to comply with requests or advances from those in positions of authority due to fear of repercussions or a desire to gain favor. Consent and professional boundaries. Authority figures must maintain clear professional boundaries to ensure that their actions do not influence the ability of those under their authority to provide genuine and voluntary consent. Crossing these boundaries can lead to ethical and legal violations. Informed consent and mentorship. Mentorship relationships should prioritize informed consent, where mentees have a comprehensive understanding of what the mentorship entails, including the scope of responsibilities, expectations, and any potential conflicts of interest. Consent and employee-employer interactions. Employers must prioritize informed and voluntary consent in all workplace interactions. Employees should feel empowered to express their boundaries without fear of retribution or negative consequences for their career. Recognizing coercion and manipulation. Authority figures must be vigilant about avoiding coercion or manipulation in their interactions. Requests for personal favors, advances, or other actions that leverage their position of power to obtain consent are unethical and exploitative. Providing channels for open communication. Creating a culture of open communication is essential in authority relationships. Students, employees, or mentees should feel safe and encouraged to express their boundaries, concerns, and discomfort with any requests or actions from those in authority. Consent and consent withdrawal. Authority figures must recognize that consent can be withdrawn at any time. Students, employees, or mentees should not feel obligated to continue with any activity that makes them uncomfortable, even if they initially agreed. Throughout this section, we explore real-life scenarios and expert insights to deepen our understanding of consent in authority relationships. By acknowledging the potential for power imbalances and ensuring that consent is enthusiastic, informed, and ongoing, we can work towards creating environments where individuals feel empowered and respected in their interactions with authority figures. Remember, consent is a fundamental aspect of ethical and respectful interactions, even in relationships with authority figures. By fostering a culture that prioritizes open communication, professional boundaries, and mutual respect, we can create spaces where consent is valued, and individuals are supported in expressing their autonomy and agency. Consent in intimate partner relationships. Intimate partner relationships are deeply personal connections that require a strong foundation of consent and mutual respect. In this section, we delve into the intricacies of consent within intimate partnerships, emphasizing the significance of enthusiastic, informed, and ongoing agreement. Enthusiastic consent in intimate partnerships. Intimate partner relationships necessitate enthusiastic consent, where both partners actively and willingly engage in physical and emotional intimacy. It is essential to prioritize open communication and mutual desire to ensure that consent is freely given. The role of emotional consent. Emotional consent is equally vital in intimate partnerships. Respecting each other's emotional boundaries and feelings fosters trust and creates an environment where both partners feel safe and supported in expressing their vulnerabilities. Establishing boundaries and expectations. Setting clear boundaries and communicating expectations is fundamental to obtaining and giving consent in intimate relationships. Partners should feel comfortable expressing their desires and limits without fear of judgment or pushback. Recognizing nonverbal cues. Partners in intimate relationships should be attentive to each other's nonverbal cues. Being receptive to body language and emotional signals allows for a deeper understanding of each other's comfort levels and desires. Navigating consent in long-term partnerships. Consent remains a crucial aspect of long-term intimate partnerships. Over time, desires and boundaries may evolve, necessitating ongoing communication and mutual agreement to maintain a healthy and fulfilling relationship. Consent and sexual intimacy. consent in sexual intimacy is non-negotiable. Both partners must feel comfortable and enthusiastic about engaging in any sexual activity. The absence of enthusiastic consent can lead to non-consensual experiences and harm to the relationship. Addressing power imbalances. Intimate partner relationships may sometimes experience power imbalances. It is vital to recognize and address these dynamics to ensure that consent remains genuine and voluntary for both partners. Throughout this section, we explore real-life scenarios and communication exercises to underscore the importance of consent in intimate partner relationships. By embracing the principles of enthusiastic, informed, and ongoing consent, individuals can create a relationship built on mutual trust, respect, and shared desires. Remember, consent in intimate partner relationships is not just a formality but an essential aspect of fostering a healthy and fulfilling connection. By prioritizing open communication, emotional support, and mutual respect, partners can nurture a relationship where consent is celebrated and the well-being of each individual is valued and cherished. Chapter 4: Consent and Digital Interactions. The challenges of obtaining consent in the digital age. The digital age has revolutionized the way we interact, presenting both opportunities and challenges when it comes to obtaining consent. In this chapter, we delve into the complexities of consent in digital interactions, exploring the unique hurdles that arise in online communication and relationships. Anonymity and consent. The anonymity of the Internet can impact the ability to obtain genuine consent. Individuals may feel emboldened to engage in behavior they would not consider in face-to-face interactions, potentially leading to non-consensual actions. Implications of digital footprints. Digital interactions leave a trail of data, often referred to as digital footprints. The permanence of these records raises questions about the extent of consent in sharing personal information or engaging in online activities. Consent in social media. Social media platforms present unique challenges for obtaining consent. Sharing, reposting, and tagging content may not always consider the consent of the individuals involved, leading to potential privacy violations. Online dating and consent. The world of online dating introduces complexities in obtaining consent for meeting in person, exchanging personal information, or engaging in intimate conversations. Both parties must actively communicate their boundaries and intentions to ensure that consent is genuine. Navigating consent in virtual spaces. Virtual spaces, such as online communities and multiplayer games, require continuous negotiation of consent. Establishing boundaries and being receptive to others' comfort levels is essential in fostering a respectful and safe environment. Consent and digital harassment. Digital interactions can also give rise to harassment and cyberbullying, where consent is not considered or is explicitly denied. Addressing these issues necessitates strong policies and support systems to protect individuals from harm. Education and digital literacy. Promoting digital literacy and education is essential in navigating consent in the digital age. Understanding the implications of online actions and respecting others' boundaries in virtual spaces is integral to building a culture of consent online. Throughout this section, we explore case studies and expert insights to gain a deeper understanding of consent in digital interactions. By acknowledging the challenges and complexities that arise in the digital age, we can work towards fostering a culture of informed, voluntary, and respectful consent in online communication and relationships. Remember, consent remains a fundamental aspect of ethical and respectful interactions, regardless of the platform. By embracing digital literacy and prioritizing open communication, individuals can navigate the challenges of obtaining consent in the digital age, creating a virtual environment where each individual's autonomy is respected and valued. Sexting and online intimacy. Understanding the implications. The widespread use of smartphones and digital communication platforms has given rise to new forms of intimate interactions, such as sexting. In this section, we explore the implications of sexting and online intimacy on consent, privacy, and emotional well-being. Sexting and informed consent. Sexting involves sharing intimate messages, photos, or videos electronically. Obtaining informed consent is essential in sexting, as individuals should be fully aware of the potential risks and consequences of sharing such content. Age and consent. Age is a critical factor in sexting and online intimacy. Engaging in sexting with minors, even consensually, can have severe legal repercussions. It is essential to understand and comply with age of consent laws in digital interactions. Privacy and trust. Sexting requires a high level of trust between individuals involved. Trusting that the shared content will remain private and will not be shared without explicit consent is crucial in preserving emotional well-being and maintaining consent in digital intimacy. Consent withdrawal and digital content. Consent in sexting is not indefinite. Individuals have the right to withdraw their consent at any time, including the use or distribution of previously shared content. Respecting consent withdrawal is paramount in maintaining ethical and respectful digital interactions. Risks of non-consensual sharing. Sexting carries inherent risks, particularly when content is shared without explicit consent. Non-consensual sharing of intimate content, often known as revenge porn or image-based abuse, can cause significant harm and emotional distress. Navigating consent in online intimacy. Obtaining and maintaining consent in online intimacy requires open communication, active listening, and a clear understanding of boundaries. It is essential to approach digital intimacy with sensitivity and empathy to ensure that consent is genuine and enthusiastic. Educating on sexting and online intimacy. Promoting digital literacy and educating individuals about the risks and implications of sexting and online intimacy is crucial. Empowering individuals with knowledge and understanding can help them make informed decisions and protect their well-being in digital interactions. Throughout this section, we examine real-life scenarios and expert insights to gain a deeper understanding of the implications of sexting and online intimacy on consent and emotional well-being. By recognizing the complexities and potential risks involved, individuals can engage in digital interactions that prioritize consent, privacy, and respect. Remember, consent and privacy are essential components of digital intimacy. By fostering a culture of informed consent and open communication, individuals can navigate sexting and online intimacy responsibly, creating a space where each person's boundaries and emotional well-being are protected and valued. Consent and privacy in social media and online platforms. Social media and online platforms have become an integral part of modern life, shaping how we connect and share information. In this section, we explore the intricate relationship between consent and privacy in the context of social media and digital platforms. Privacy settings and informed consent. Social media platforms offer privacy settings that allow users to control the visibility of their posts and personal information. Understanding and configuring these settings are essential in providing informed consent for sharing content. Consent for tagging and sharing. Tagging and sharing content involve other individuals in online interactions. Seeking explicit consent before tagging someone in a post or sharing their content shows respect for their boundaries and privacy. Data collection and informed consent. Online platforms collect vast amounts of data from users, including personal information and online activities. Ensuring users are informed about data collection practices and providing opt-in options are crucial for obtaining consent. Third-party apps and consent. Third-party apps linked to social media platforms may request access to users' data. Obtaining consent for data sharing with third parties is necessary to protect users' privacy and prevent unauthorized access. Consent and online advertising. Targeted online advertising relies on user data for personalized ads. Clear consent for data usage in advertising helps users make informed choices about their privacy and data sharing preferences. Consent and digital footprint. Interactions on social media platforms leave a digital footprint. Understanding the permanence of digital footprints and the implications for privacy can influence how users engage in online activities. Navigating consent in group settings. Group interactions on social media can complicate consent. Obtaining consent from all group members before sharing content or engaging in discussions ensures that everyone's boundaries and privacy are respected. Throughout this section, we examine real-life examples and expert insights to deepen our understanding of consent and privacy in social media and online platforms. By empowering users with knowledge and providing transparent consent processes, we can create a digital environment that values privacy and respects individual boundaries. Remember, consent and privacy go hand in hand in digital interactions. By embracing privacy settings, seeking explicit consent, and being mindful of data collection practices, individuals can navigate social media and online platforms with confidence, knowing their privacy and autonomy are safeguarded. Navigating online dating and consent. Online dating has transformed the way people meet and connect, presenting both opportunities and challenges in obtaining and giving consent. In this section, we explore the complexities of consent in the realm of online dating and the importance of prioritizing respect and communication. Informed consent in online dating. Online dating platforms introduce individuals to potential partners based on shared interests and preferences. Ensuring informed consent involves being transparent about intentions, expectations, and personal boundaries. Recognizing consent-related red flags. Navigating online dating requires vigilance in recognizing and addressing consent-related red flags. Any behavior that disregards boundaries or makes someone uncomfortable should be taken seriously. Online communication and consent. Effective communication is vital in online dating. Engaging in open and honest conversations about desires, boundaries, and intentions promotes enthusiastic and genuine consent. Consent and meeting in person. Transitioning from online interactions to in-person meetings requires clear consent. Both parties should agree to meet and feel comfortable expressing their comfort levels and preferences. Consent and sharing personal information. Online dating involves sharing personal information. Obtaining consent for sharing such information is essential in maintaining privacy and security. Boundaries and consent withdrawal. Setting and respecting boundaries is integral to consent in online dating. Individuals have the right to withdraw consent at any time, and this decision should be acknowledged and respected. Building trust and respect. Consent in online dating is closely tied to building trust and mutual respect. Trust is earned through consistent, respectful behavior, and both parties should prioritize the other's emotional well-being. Throughout this section, we explore real-life experiences and expert insights to deepen our understanding of consent in online dating. By prioritizing communication, boundaries, and respect, individuals can engage in online dating experiences that are empowering, enjoyable, and consensual. Remember, online dating necessitates the same principles of consent as any other interaction. By approaching online dating with openness, honesty, and empathy, individuals can create meaningful connections while ensuring that each person's boundaries and autonomy are honored and respected. Chapter 5: Consent Education and Communication. The importance of comprehensive sex education. Comprehensive sex education is a crucial aspect of fostering a culture of consent, empowerment, and respectful communication. In this chapter, we explore the significance of providing comprehensive sex education that includes consent as a central pillar. Understanding consent from an early age. Introducing the concept of consent from an early age is essential in promoting healthy relationships and boundaries. Comprehensive sex education can teach children about consent in age-appropriate ways, emphasizing the importance of respect and communication. Navigating consent in adolescence. Adolescence is a critical stage for understanding and navigating consent in intimate relationships. Comprehensive sex education can equip teenagers with the knowledge and skills to recognize red flags, communicate their boundaries, and engage in consensual interactions. Consent and sexual health. Comprehensive sex education encompasses more than just consent. It also addresses sexual health, including safe practices, contraception, and understanding one's own and others' bodies. Challenging gender norms and stereotypes. Comprehensive sex education challenges harmful gender norms and stereotypes that can influence power dynamics and consent in relationships. By promoting equality and respect, it paves the way for healthier interactions. Addressing consent in digital spaces. As digital interactions become increasingly prevalent, comprehensive sex education should also cover consent in online communication, sexting, and social media interactions. Consent and empowerment. Teaching consent empowers individuals to take charge of their own bodies and make informed decisions about their relationships and sexual activities. It fosters a sense of agency and autonomy. Consent education for all ages. Comprehensive sex education is not limited to young individuals, it is relevant for individuals of all ages and backgrounds. Providing consent education across the lifespan helps create a society that values and prioritizes respectful interactions. Throughout this section, we examine the impact of comprehensive sex education on promoting consent, communication, and healthy relationships. By advocating for and implementing comprehensive sex education programs, we can create a more informed and empathetic society that respects consent and values each individual's well-being. Remember, comprehensive sex education goes beyond biological facts. It embraces the values of consent, empathy, and open communication. By educating individuals of all ages about the importance of enthusiastic, informed, and ongoing consent, we can build a future where respectful relationships and mutual understanding are the norm. Teaching consent from an early age. Teaching consent from an early age is a fundamental step in promoting healthy relationships and empowering children to understand and assert their boundaries. In this section, we explore the importance of introducing consent in age-appropriate ways to young children. Age-appropriate language. Introducing consent to young children requires using age-appropriate language and concepts. Explaining the idea of asking for permission and respecting others' feelings helps children grasp the concept of consent in a relatable manner. Boundaries and personal space. Teaching children about personal boundaries and respecting personal space lays the foundation for understanding consent. Encouraging children to express their preferences for physical affection and understanding the boundaries of others instills the value of consent in their interactions. Communication and listening. Consent education emphasizes the importance of effective communication and active listening. Encouraging children to express themselves and respect others' voices nurtures empathetic communication skills. Identifying and addressing unwanted touch. Children should be taught to recognize and report any unwanted or uncomfortable touch. Empowering them to say no and seek help if they feel unsafe fosters a sense of agency over their bodies. Building healthy relationships. Consent education goes hand in hand with teaching children about healthy relationships. Emphasizing mutual respect, trust, and open communication helps children discern what positive relationships should look like. Challenging gender stereotypes. Teaching consent can challenge traditional gender stereotypes that may perpetuate power imbalances in relationships. By encouraging equality and empathy, children learn to value each other's autonomy and rights. Role modeling consent. Adults and caregivers play a crucial role in modeling consent through their own actions and interactions. Demonstrating respectful communication and boundary setting reinforces the lessons children learn about consent. Throughout this section, we explore practical approaches and age-appropriate activities that can be used to teach consent to young children. By introducing the concept of consent in a supportive and inclusive manner, we empower the next generation with essential skills to navigate healthy relationships and foster a culture of respect. Remember, teaching consent from an early age lays the groundwork for building a society that prioritizes respectful interactions and values each individual's autonomy. By instilling the principles of consent, empathy, and communication in young children, we create a future where consent is understood, respected, and upheld as a cornerstone of meaningful connections. Promoting open communication about boundaries and desires. Open communication is a key element in navigating consent and building healthy relationships. In this section, we explore the importance of fostering an environment where individuals feel empowered to communicate their boundaries, desires, and limits. Creating a safe and supportive space. Promoting open communication begins with creating a safe and supportive space where individuals feel comfortable expressing themselves without fear of judgment or reprisal. Encouraging active listening. Active listening is essential in promoting open communication. By actively listening to others' perspectives and experiences, we validate their feelings and demonstrate respect for their boundaries. Normalizing consent conversations. Consent conversations should be normalized as a regular part of relationship dynamics. Encouraging open dialogue about boundaries, desires, and comfort levels helps reduce discomfort in discussing consent-related topics. Respecting different boundaries. Everyone has different boundaries and comfort levels. Encouraging respect for these differences fosters empathy and understanding in relationships. Exploring personal desires and preferences. Promoting open communication involves exploring and understanding one's own desires and preferences. Encouraging self-reflection and introspection empowers individuals to express their needs in relationships. Providing language to express boundaries. Offering language and tools to express boundaries helps individuals articulate their limits confidently. This language can be specific to the context of their relationships, making communication more effective. Addressing challenges and misunderstandings. Open communication also involves addressing challenges and misunderstandings in a non-blaming and non-judgmental manner. Resolving conflicts with empathy and understanding strengthens relationships. Throughout this section, we explore practical strategies and communication exercises to foster open communication about boundaries and desires. By prioritizing open dialogue and active listening, individuals can engage in more meaningful and consensual relationships. Remember, promoting open communication is an ongoing process. By continually reinforcing the value of honest expression, empathy, and respect in relationships, we create a culture where individuals feel empowered to communicate their boundaries and desires confidently, leading to healthier and more fulfilling connections. Resources for consent education and awareness. Consent education and awareness are essential for fostering a culture of respect, empathy, and healthy relationships. In this section, we explore various resources and initiatives that can support individuals, educators, and communities in promoting consent education. Comprehensive sex education programs. Comprehensive sex education programs offered in schools and educational institutions are valuable resources for teaching consent, boundaries, and healthy relationships. These programs provide age-appropriate information and guidance on navigating consent in various contexts. Online educational platforms. Numerous online platforms offer resources and courses on consent education. These platforms provide accessible information for individuals seeking to learn more about consent and communication in relationships. Non-profit organizations. Several non-profit organizations are dedicated to promoting consent education and awareness. They offer educational materials, workshops, and training sessions for individuals, educators, and professionals. Books and publications. There are various books and publications on consent and healthy relationships targeted at different age groups. These resources can serve as tools for initiating conversations and enhancing understanding. Educational videos and webinars. Educational videos and webinars hosted by experts and educators offer valuable insights into consent, communication, and boundary setting. These resources can be used to supplement educational programs and spark discussions. Campaigns and advocacy initiatives. Awareness campaigns and advocacy initiatives play a crucial role in promoting consent education on a larger scale. These efforts raise awareness about the importance of consent and challenge harmful societal norms. Local community workshops. Local community workshops and seminars conducted by experts or community organizations provide a space for dialogue and learning about consent within specific cultural and societal contexts. Support from counseling services. Counseling services and mental health professionals can offer support to individuals navigating consent-related challenges, helping them build healthier relationships. Social media and online communities. Social media and online communities can also contribute to consent education by sharing informative content and providing spaces for open discussions. Throughout this section, we highlight a range of resources available for consent education and awareness. By utilizing these resources, individuals and communities can equip themselves with knowledge and tools to promote consent, empathy, and mutual respect in their interactions. Remember, consent education is an ongoing journey, and utilizing diverse resources can strengthen our collective efforts in creating a society where consent is valued and upheld as a foundational element of healthy relationships. By engaging with these resources, we empower ourselves and others to foster a culture of consent and communication, building a future where mutual respect and consent are at the forefront of all our interactions. Chapter 6: Consent and Alcohol / Drugs. Understanding impaired consent and its consequences. The consumption of alcohol and drugs can significantly impact an individual's ability to provide genuine and informed consent. In this chapter, we explore the complexities of impaired consent and the potential consequences that arise in these situations. Impairment and decision-making. Alcohol and drugs can impair judgment, cognition, and decision-making abilities. In situations where consent is involved, impairment can hinder an individual's capacity to provide enthusiastic and voluntary agreement. Informed consent and impaired judgment. Impaired judgment can affect an individual's ability to fully understand the implications of their actions. Consent given while under the influence may not meet the criteria of informed consent. Recognizing consent under the influence. It is crucial to recognize the challenges of obtaining consent when one or both parties are under the influence of alcohol or drugs. Consent in such circumstances is often unclear and may not be genuinely voluntary. Consent and intoxication. Consent given while intoxicated can lead to regret and emotional distress once sobriety is regained. Understanding the implications of intoxicated consent is vital in fostering respectful and consensual interactions. Consent and intoxication-related coercion. Impaired individuals may be more vulnerable to coercion and manipulation. Taking advantage of someone's intoxicated state to obtain consent is a violation of their autonomy and is considered unethical. Legal implications. In some jurisdictions, consent may not be legally valid if one or both parties are intoxicated. Understanding the legal implications of impaired consent can help prevent potential legal consequences. Promoting responsible drinking and drug use. Promoting responsible alcohol and drug use is essential in reducing the risk of impaired consent. Encouraging individuals to make conscious choices and respect their own and others' boundaries while under the influence is vital. Throughout this section, we explore real-life scenarios and expert insights to deepen our understanding of impaired consent and its consequences. By acknowledging the complexities of consent in the context of alcohol and drug use, we can work towards fostering a culture that prioritizes sober and enthusiastic agreement in all interactions. Remember, consent and impairment do not go hand in hand. By being mindful of the impact of alcohol and drugs on decision-making, individuals can strive to create a culture where genuine and informed consent is upheld, regardless of the circumstances. Consent and substance use in social settings. Social settings that involve the consumption of alcohol or drugs can present unique challenges when it comes to obtaining and giving consent. In this section, we explore the complexities of navigating consent in such environments. Understanding social pressures. Social settings often involve social pressures that can influence individuals' decisions regarding consent. Peer pressure and the desire to fit in may impact individuals' ability to assert their boundaries. Consent and impaired judgment. Alcohol and drugs can impair judgment and alter perceptions, making it challenging to provide enthusiastic and informed consent. Recognizing the effects of substance use on decision-making is essential in promoting respectful interactions. Recognizing vulnerability. In social settings where substance use is prevalent, some individuals may be more vulnerable to coercion or exploitation. It is crucial to be mindful of power dynamics and ensure that all interactions are consensual. Role of bystander intervention. Bystander intervention plays a significant role in promoting consent in social settings. Encouraging bystanders to intervene if they observe potential non-consensual behavior can help create a safer environment. Empowering communication. Promoting open communication about boundaries and intentions is essential in social settings involving substance use. Encouraging individuals to communicate their limits and respecting others' decisions fosters an environment of trust and respect. Consent education in social gatherings. Hosting social gatherings with a focus on consent education can raise awareness and encourage responsible behavior. Providing resources and information about consent can empower attendees to make informed choices. Supporting sobriety and consent. Offering non-alcoholic options and promoting sobriety in social settings can create an inclusive environment that respects everyone's autonomy and promotes clearer communication about consent. Throughout this section, we explore real-life scenarios and expert insights to deepen our understanding of consent and substance use in social settings. By addressing social pressures, promoting open communication, and empowering bystander intervention, we can create social environments that prioritize respectful interactions and genuine consent. Remember, consent should be obtained and given willingly, even in social settings where substance use is present. By promoting awareness, communication, and respect, individuals can enjoy social gatherings while upholding the principles of consent and ensuring that everyone's boundaries are honored. Strategies for ensuring consent in situations involving alcohol or drugs. Navigating consent in situations involving alcohol or drugs requires proactive strategies to ensure that interactions are respectful and consensual. In this section, we explore various approaches that can help promote genuine consent in such circumstances. Prioritize clear communication. Encouraging clear and open communication about boundaries and intentions is crucial. Individuals should feel empowered to express their comfort levels and make their desires known, even in social settings involving substance use. Seek enthusiastic agreement. Seeking enthusiastic agreement is essential to ensuring genuine consent. A lack of enthusiastic consent should be taken as a clear indication to refrain from any actions that may impact the other person's boundaries. Emphasize sobriety and awareness. Promoting sobriety and awareness in social settings can lead to more informed and respectful interactions. Encourage individuals to be mindful of their own and others' level of intoxication and make responsible choices accordingly. Educate about consent and impairment. Providing education on consent and the impact of alcohol or drugs on decision-making can raise awareness and empower individuals to make responsible choices in social settings. Foster bystander intervention. Promoting a culture of active bystander intervention can play a crucial role in preventing non-consensual situations. Encourage individuals to step in if they witness potential boundary violations and offer support to those who may need it. Provide supportive spaces. Creating supportive and inclusive social environments encourages individuals to express their boundaries and desires without fear of judgment. Fostering a sense of community and respect in social settings can lead to more positive interactions. Implement consent affirmations. Incorporating consent affirmations or check-ins throughout social gatherings can reinforce the importance of consent and encourage ongoing communication about boundaries. Plan for safe transportation. Providing safe transportation options for individuals who may be under the influence can ensure that everyone has the means to make safe and responsible decisions. Throughout this section, we explore practical strategies and communication techniques that promote consent in situations involving alcohol or drugs. By fostering an environment of clear communication, responsibility, and respect, individuals can navigate social settings while prioritizing consent and respecting each other's boundaries. Remember, consent remains a crucial aspect of any interaction, regardless of the presence of alcohol or drugs. By implementing proactive strategies and prioritizing open communication, individuals can foster an environment where genuine consent is valued, and everyone's well-being is upheld. Consent and vulnerability. Supporting survivors of non-consensual experiences. Survivors of non-consensual experiences deserve support, understanding, and empathy. In this chapter, we explore the importance of acknowledging vulnerability in consent-related situations and providing a safe space for survivors to heal and seek support. Validating survivor experiences. It is essential to validate the experiences of survivors of non-consensual situations. Acknowledging their feelings and emotions helps create a supportive environment where survivors feel heard and believed. Trauma-informed approach. Taking a trauma-informed approach is vital in supporting survivors. Understanding the potential impact of non-consensual experiences on mental and emotional well-being allows us to provide appropriate care and support. Respect for survivor choices. Respecting survivor choices and agency is crucial in supporting their healing journey. Survivors should have the autonomy to make decisions about their recovery and the support they seek. Confidentiality and privacy. Maintaining confidentiality and privacy when supporting survivors is paramount. Creating a safe and trusting space encourages survivors to open up and seek the assistance they need. Referral to professional support. Encouraging survivors to seek professional support, such as counseling or therapy, can be beneficial in processing trauma and building resilience. Empowering survivors through education. Educating survivors about their rights and available resources empowers them to make informed decisions about their healing journey. Advocacy and community support. Advocating for survivors' rights and providing community support is crucial in creating a compassionate and empathetic society that stands against non-consensual experiences. Nurturing a culture of consent. Promoting a culture of consent and respectful relationships benefits all individuals, including survivors. Nurturing such a culture reduces the risk of non-consensual experiences and fosters an environment where survivors are more likely to receive support. Throughout this section, we explore ways to support survivors of non-consensual experiences with sensitivity and compassion. By acknowledging vulnerability and providing appropriate resources, individuals and communities can create a supportive network that aids survivors in their healing process. Remember, supporting survivors of non-consensual experiences requires empathy, respect, and a commitment to nurturing a culture of consent. By standing together against non-consensual behaviors and fostering a community that values empathy and support, we can contribute to the healing and empowerment of survivors. Chapter 7. Consent and Legal Considerations. The legal aspects of consent, age of consent, statutory rape laws, and more. Understanding the legal aspects of consent is essential for promoting lawful and respectful interactions. In this chapter, we explore key legal considerations related to consent, including the age of consent and statutory rape laws. Age of consent. The age of consent refers to the legal age at which an individual can legally provide consent for sexual activities. It varies between jurisdictions and is designed to protect minors from potential exploitation. Informed consent and capacity. Legal definitions of consent often require that individuals have the capacity to provide informed consent. This means they must understand the nature and consequences of the actions they are agreeing to. Statutory rape laws. Statutory rape laws exist to protect minors from sexual exploitation by older individuals. These laws make it illegal for an adult to engage in sexual activities with a minor, even if the minor provides apparent consent. Romeo and Juliet laws. Some jurisdictions have Romeo and Juliet laws that provide certain exemptions or reduced penalties for consensual relationships between minors of similar ages. Age differences and consent. Age differences between individuals can affect the legality of their relationships, especially when one person is a minor. Understanding age of consent laws can help individuals navigate relationships within legal boundaries. Influence of substance use. Consent given while under the influence of alcohol or drugs may not be legally valid in some jurisdictions. Understanding the impact of substance use on consent can prevent potential legal issues. Consent and capacity to consent. Individuals with certain mental or cognitive impairments may not have the capacity to provide informed consent. Legal considerations surrounding consent may vary for individuals with disabilities. Consent in professional settings. In professional and workplace settings, obtaining clear and voluntary consent is essential to ensure ethical interactions and prevent potential legal repercussions. Throughout this section, we explore the legal complexities of consent in various contexts. By understanding the legal aspects of consent, individuals can make informed decisions and engage in relationships and interactions that respect the law and uphold the rights and autonomy of all parties involved. Remember, the legal aspects of consent are crucial in promoting responsible and respectful interactions. By being aware of age of consent laws, statutory rape laws, and other legal considerations, individuals can navigate relationships and interactions with the utmost respect for the law and the well-being of all involved parties. Consent and assault. Understanding the lines between consensual and non-consensual acts. Understanding the lines between consensual and non-consensual acts is crucial in preventing and addressing sexual assault. In this chapter, we explore the complexities of consent and the importance of recognizing and respecting boundaries. Definition of consent. Consent is a clear and voluntary agreement to engage in specific activities. Understanding what constitutes valid consent is vital in differentiating consensual acts from non-consensual ones. Capacity to consent. Consent requires the capacity to make informed decisions. Individuals who are intoxicated, under the influence of drugs, or otherwise impaired may lack the capacity to provide valid consent. Importance of enthusiastic consent. Enthusiastic consent involves active and enthusiastic agreement to engage in activities. It is essential to ensure that both parties actively express their willingness to participate in any given activity. Consent and power dynamics. Power imbalances can impact the ability to give and obtain genuine consent. Understanding and addressing these dynamics are vital in fostering respectful relationships. Recognizing nonverbal cues. Nonverbal cues play a significant role in consent. Individuals should be attentive to their partner's body language and signals to ensure mutual comfort and understanding. Consent as a continuous process. Consent is not a one-time event, it is an ongoing process throughout any interaction. Continuously checking in with each other ensures that consent remains enthusiastic and voluntary. Consent and withdrawal of consent. Consent can be withdrawn at any time. Respecting a person's decision to stop an activity, even after initial agreement, is crucial to preventing non-consensual acts. The role of communication. Open and honest communication is key to ensuring consent and understanding each other's boundaries and desires. Throughout this section, we explore real-life scenarios and expert insights to deepen our understanding of consent and the factors that contribute to non-consensual acts. By promoting enthusiastic and continuous consent, individuals can create an environment that values respect and communication while preventing sexual assault. Remember, recognizing the lines between consensual and non-consensual acts is essential in fostering a culture that prioritizes enthusiastic and voluntary agreement. By promoting open communication, respecting boundaries, and understanding the nuances of consent, we can work towards preventing sexual assault and promoting healthier and more respectful relationships. Navigating consent in a changing legal landscape. The legal landscape surrounding consent is constantly evolving, reflecting changes in societal attitudes and understanding. In this chapter, we explore the challenges and opportunities of navigating consent in a changing legal context. Evolving definitions of consent. Legal definitions of consent may undergo revisions to align with a deeper understanding of consent, agency, and power dynamics. Staying informed about these changes is crucial in ensuring lawful interactions. Affirmative consent laws. Some jurisdictions have implemented affirmative consent laws, requiring explicit and affirmative agreement before engaging in sexual activities. Understanding the requirements of affirmative consent can help individuals navigate interactions within these legal frameworks. Technology and consent. Advancements in technology present new challenges for consent, such as obtaining consent in digital interactions or addressing consent in cases of non-consensual sharing of intimate images. Consent and online platforms. The legal landscape surrounding consent on online platforms may evolve to address issues like privacy, data consent, and consent in virtual interactions. Intersectionality and consent. As legal considerations become more inclusive, it is essential to recognize how consent intersects with other aspects of identity, such as race, gender, and sexuality. Consent education in legal systems. Efforts to enhance consent education in legal systems can promote better understanding of the complexities of consent and improve responses to non-consensual acts. #MeToo and consent. The #MeToo movement has brought increased awareness to issues of consent and sexual harassment. Understanding the impact of this movement on legal discourse is essential for individuals and institutions alike. Consent and LGBTQ+ rights. Advancements in LGBTQ+ rights may influence legal considerations surrounding consent in same-sex relationships and transgender individuals' experiences. Throughout this section, we explore how changes in the legal landscape impact consent and sexual interactions. By staying informed about evolving definitions and legal frameworks, individuals can ensure that their actions align with lawful and respectful practices. Remember, navigating consent in a changing legal landscape requires ongoing education and adaptation. By being aware of the evolving legal considerations and fostering a culture of consent, individuals can contribute to a more informed and respectful society that upholds the rights and autonomy of all individuals involved. Chapter 8. Consent and LGBTQ+ relationships. Consent in same-sex relationships. Consent is a fundamental aspect of all relationships, including those within the LGBTQ+ community. In this chapter, we explore the nuances of consent in same-sex relationships and the unique considerations that may arise. Affirmative consent in same-sex relationships. Affirmative consent, where explicit and enthusiastic agreement is sought and given, is equally important in same-sex relationships as in any other relationship. Understanding power dynamics. Power dynamics can exist in any relationship, regardless of gender or sexual orientation. Being mindful of these dynamics and fostering open communication can ensure that consent is freely given. Consent and gender identity. Respecting each partner's gender identity and their boundaries is essential in establishing mutual consent and building a healthy relationship. Navigating boundaries and desires. Openly discussing boundaries, desires, and comfort levels allows partners in same-sex relationships to navigate their interactions with understanding and respect. Consent and LGBTQ+ communities. Understanding the specific cultural norms and practices within LGBTQ+ communities can help individuals navigate consent and relationships within these contexts. Consent and LGBTQ+ youth. Educating LGBTQ+ youth about consent and providing them with resources to navigate relationships is crucial in promoting safe and respectful interactions. Addressing consent violations. Addressing consent violations within same-sex relationships is vital for the well-being of both partners. Offering support and resources to survivors is essential in fostering healing and empowerment. Intersectionality and consent. Recognizing the intersectionality of identities within the LGBTQ+ community helps individuals understand how various factors may influence consent and communication in relationships. Throughout this section, we explore the complexities and considerations of consent in same-sex relationships. By promoting affirmative consent, open communication, and respect for each other's identities and boundaries, individuals can create safe and fulfilling connections within the LGBTQ+ community. Remember, consent is a fundamental aspect of all relationships, and understanding the unique dynamics of same-sex relationships is essential in fostering healthy and consensual interactions. By nurturing a culture of consent within LGBTQ+ communities, individuals can work towards building inclusive and respectful relationships that uphold the rights and dignity of all involved. Addressing unique challenges faced by LGBTQ+ individuals. LGBTQ+ individuals face unique challenges in navigating consent and relationships due to societal attitudes, discrimination, and specific cultural contexts. In this chapter, we explore these challenges and offer insights into addressing them with sensitivity and understanding. Cultural stigma and consent. In some societies, LGBTQ and individuals may face stigma and discrimination, which can impact their ability to express their desires and boundaries openly. Creating safe spaces that foster trust and respect is crucial in promoting consensual interactions. Disclosure and trust. LGBTQ+ individuals may grapple with disclosing their sexual orientation or gender identity, particularly in new relationships. Building trust and allowing for open communication can help foster an environment where consent is freely given and respected. Consent and misunderstanding. Misunderstandings about LGBTQ+ relationships and identities may arise, leading to misconceptions about consent within these contexts. Education and open dialogue can help dispel myths and promote informed understanding. Intersectionality and consent. Recognizing the intersectionality of identities within the LGBTQ+ community is essential in understanding how factors like race, ethnicity, disability, and socioeconomic status may intersect with consent experiences. Consent and transgender experiences. Transgender individuals may face unique challenges regarding consent, particularly in intimate situations. Respecting gender identity and ensuring informed consent are critical for building respectful relationships. Consent and non-binary experiences. Non-binary individuals' experiences with consent may differ from binary gender experiences. Emphasizing the importance of individual autonomy and affirming gender identity is key in promoting consensual interactions. Access to support and resources. Providing accessible support and resources specifically tailored to the LGBTQ+ community is crucial in addressing consent-related challenges and promoting healthy relationships. Online dating and consent. LGBTQ+ individuals may rely on online dating platforms to connect with potential partners, raising concerns about consent and safety in digital interactions. Educating individuals about online consent and privacy is vital. Throughout this section, we delve into the unique challenges faced by LGBTQ+ individuals in navigating consent and relationships. By addressing these challenges with empathy and inclusivity, individuals can create a supportive and understanding environment where consensual interactions are prioritized. Remember, promoting consent and addressing the unique challenges faced by LGBTQ+ individuals require ongoing education and a commitment to inclusivity. By fostering open dialogue, affirming gender identity, and providing tailored support, individuals can work towards building a more inclusive and respectful society for everyone within the LGBTQ+ community. Cultivating a consent culture within LGBTQ+ communities. Building a consent culture within LGBTQ+ communities is essential for promoting respectful relationships and empowering individuals to assert their boundaries. In this chapter, we explore the steps and initiatives needed to foster a culture of consent within these communities. Education and awareness. Raising awareness about the importance of consent is a foundational step in cultivating a consent culture. Workshops, seminars, and educational materials can provide individuals with the knowledge and language to navigate consent effectively. Inclusive language and practices. Using inclusive language that recognizes and respects various gender identities and relationship dynamics helps create an environment where everyone feels seen and acknowledged. Challenging harmful norms. Addressing harmful norms and behaviors that perpetuate non-consensual interactions is crucial. Advocacy against bullying, coercion, and harassment strengthens the foundations of a consent culture. Bystander intervention. Promoting bystander intervention empowers individuals to intervene when they witness potential non-consensual situations, fostering a community that actively prioritizes the well-being of all members. Safe and supportive spaces. Creating safe and supportive spaces where individuals can openly discuss consent, relationships, and experiences encourages open dialogue and empowers individuals to seek support when needed. Consent in LGBTQ+ media and arts. Promoting consent in LGBTQ+ media, literature, and arts reinforces the message of respectful interactions and helps shape societal perceptions of consent within the community. Empowering consent advocates. Recognizing and supporting consent advocates within LGBTQ+ communities bolsters the efforts to create a consent culture. These advocates can serve as role models and educators for others. Collaborative efforts. Collaborating with LGBTQ+ organizations, allies, and institutions can amplify the message of consent and foster a broader culture of respect and inclusivity. Throughout this section, we explore the significance of cultivating a consent culture within LGBTQ+ communities. By engaging in educational efforts, challenging harmful norms, and promoting inclusive practices, individuals can actively contribute to a community that upholds consent and values the autonomy and well-being of all its members. Remember, fostering a consent culture is an ongoing effort that requires active engagement and commitment from all community members. By working together to create an environment of respect and consent, LGBTQ and communities can pave the way for healthier and more fulfilling relationships, strengthening the bonds that unite them. Chapter 9. Consent and intersectionality. How identity and societal structures intersect with consent. Understanding the intersectionality of identity and societal structures is crucial in exploring how consent is shaped and experienced by different individuals. In this chapter, we delve into the complexities of consent within the context of intersectionality. Identity and consent. Individuals' identities, including race, gender, sexual orientation, disability, and socioeconomic status, intersect to shape their experiences with consent. Recognizing the diversity of these experiences is essential in promoting inclusive and respectful interactions. Societal norms and consent. Societal norms and expectations may influence how individuals navigate consent and assert their boundaries. Challenging restrictive norms empowers individuals to engage in consensual interactions that align with their values and desires. Power dynamics and consent. Power dynamics based on social, economic, or institutional factors can impact an individual's ability to provide genuine consent. Acknowledging and addressing these imbalances is critical in fostering equitable relationships. Consent and oppression. Individuals facing systemic oppression may experience unique challenges in asserting their boundaries and providing consent. Understanding how oppression intersects with consent helps create a more empathetic and supportive environment. Language and consent. Language plays a significant role in shaping consent experiences. Using inclusive and affirming language allows individuals to express their desires and boundaries more effectively. Consent and disability. Recognizing and accommodating different communication and mobility needs is vital in ensuring that individuals with disabilities can provide informed and enthusiastic consent. Historical trauma and consent. Historical traumas experienced by marginalized communities can impact how consent is perceived and navigated. Being sensitive to these legacies fosters a more compassionate understanding of consent experiences. Media representation and consent. Media representations can perpetuate harmful stereotypes and misconceptions about consent. Promoting accurate and respectful portrayals in media contributes to a culture that values consent. Throughout this section, we explore the intricate ways in which identity and societal structures intersect with consent experiences. By recognizing the diverse factors that influence consent, individuals can work towards creating a culture that respects the autonomy and agency of all individuals, regardless of their background or identity. Remember, embracing intersectionality and its impact on consent is fundamental to building a more inclusive and empathetic society. By engaging in ongoing education and challenging oppressive norms, individuals can foster an environment that prioritizes enthusiastic, informed, and voluntary consent for everyone, regardless of their intersectional identities. Addressing consent within diverse cultural contexts. Addressing consent within diverse cultural contexts requires sensitivity and understanding of the unique values, beliefs, and practices of different communities. In this chapter, we explore how consent can be approached respectfully and effectively in various cultural settings. Cultural relativism and consent. Recognizing cultural relativism is essential in understanding that consent may be expressed differently in various cultures. It is crucial to avoid imposing one's own cultural norms on others while upholding the principles of enthusiastic and informed consent. Communicating consent across language barriers. In multicultural environments, individuals may face language barriers that impact their ability to communicate effectively about consent. Providing language support and accessible resources ensures that consent is understood by all parties involved. Traditional practices and consent. Some cultural practices may intersect with consent experiences, influencing how individuals approach and express consent. Engaging in open dialogue about these practices helps foster a mutual understanding of boundaries and desires. Consent and religious beliefs. Religious beliefs may influence how consent is understood and negotiated within certain communities. Respecting diverse religious perspectives while upholding principles of consent is essential for promoting respectful interactions. Community support and education. Cultivating a consent culture within diverse cultural contexts necessitates community support and education. Engaging community leaders, educators, and advocates can create a more inclusive and informed approach to consent. Addressing barriers to consent. Identifying and addressing barriers that hinder individuals from providing or obtaining consent within their cultural context is crucial. Creating safe spaces to discuss consent openly can help dismantle these barriers. Navigating consent in interracial and interfaith relationships. Individuals in interracial or interfaith relationships may encounter unique challenges related to consent. Emphasizing open communication, respect, and empathy can help bridge potential cultural differences. Celebrating consent within cultures. Highlighting positive examples of consent within diverse cultural contexts can inspire others to adopt respectful and empowering practices. Throughout this section, we explore the importance of addressing consent within diverse cultural contexts. By promoting cultural sensitivity, providing language support, and engaging in open dialogue, individuals and communities can work towards fostering a consent culture that respects and values the diversity of consent experiences. Remember, promoting consent within diverse cultural contexts requires a commitment to inclusivity and an understanding that consent can be expressed in various ways. By embracing cultural differences and fostering respectful communication, individuals can contribute to a more inclusive and empathetic approach to consent that is sensitive to the diverse needs and perspectives of all individuals involved. Empowering marginalized groups to advocate for their rights and boundaries. Empowering marginalized groups to advocate for their rights and boundaries is essential in creating a consent culture that is inclusive and equitable. In this chapter, we explore strategies to support and uplift individuals from marginalized communities in asserting their consent and setting boundaries. Amplifying voices. Providing platforms and spaces for individuals from marginalized communities to share their consent experiences and perspectives helps amplify their voices and promotes understanding and empathy. Intersectional consent education. Tailoring consent education to address the specific needs and challenges faced by marginalized groups is crucial in ensuring that all individuals can access and benefit from this vital knowledge. Allyship and advocacy. Engaging in allyship and advocacy as individuals and communities helps uplift marginalized voices and address systemic barriers that may hinder the expression of consent and boundary setting. Accessible resources. Ensuring that resources related to consent are accessible and culturally relevant is essential in empowering marginalized groups to navigate their consent experiences confidently. Inclusive support networks. Establishing support networks that are inclusive and affirming of all identities fosters an environment where marginalized individuals feel comfortable seeking help and guidance. Consent workshops and work groups. Organizing consent workshops and work groups that focus on the needs of specific marginalized communities allows for targeted education and support. Collaborative partnerships. Working collaboratively with organizations and advocates from marginalized communities enhances the effectiveness of consent initiatives and ensures that diverse perspectives are represented. Challenging oppressive systems. Addressing systemic oppressions and advocating for social change is integral to promoting a consent culture where all individuals can assert their rights and boundaries. Throughout this section, we explore how empowering marginalized groups to advocate for their rights and boundaries contributes to a more inclusive consent culture. By engaging in allyship, providing accessible resources, and fostering collaborative partnerships, individuals and communities can work towards dismantling barriers and creating an environment that respects and celebrates the autonomy of all individuals. Remember, supporting marginalized communities in advocating for their rights and boundaries is a collective responsibility. By embracing diverse perspectives and empowering individuals to express their consent confidently, we can build a consent culture that is equitable, compassionate, and just for everyone involved. Chapter 10. Building consent-centric communities. Creating consent-focused spaces and environments. Building consent-centric communities is crucial in fostering an environment where individuals feel safe, respected, and empowered to assert their boundaries. In this chapter, we explore strategies to create spaces and environments that prioritize consent. Establishing clear guidelines. Creating clear guidelines and policies related to consent within community spaces sets the tone for respectful interactions and fosters a culture of open communication. Consent training and education. Offering consent training and education for community members enhances understanding and awareness of consent principles, fostering a more informed and empathetic environment. Empowering consent advocates. recognizing and supporting consent advocates within the community empowers individuals to champion consent-centric values and initiatives. Consensual event planning, incorporating consent practices into event planning, such as providing safe spaces and communication tools, ensures that community gatherings prioritize the well-being of all attendees. Addressing consent violations. Having effective procedures in place to address consent violations demonstrates a commitment to holding individuals accountable and protecting the community's safety. Cultural and arts initiatives. Promoting consent-focused initiatives in cultural events, arts, and media reinforces the importance of consent and encourages positive representations of respectful interactions. Consent in educational institutions. Integrating consent education in educational curricula and institutions instills consent values from an early age and lays the groundwork for a consent-centric society. Collaboration and networking. Building consent-centric communities requires collaboration with other organizations and allies. Networking with like-minded groups broadens the impact of consent initiatives. Throughout this section, we explore the steps and initiatives needed to create consent-focused spaces and environments within communities. By establishing clear guidelines, providing education, and fostering collaboration, individuals and organizations can work together to build a culture that prioritizes consent and respects the autonomy and agency of all community members. Remember, building consent-centric communities is an ongoing journey that requires continuous effort and commitment. By embracing a consent-focused approach, communities can promote healthier relationships, prevent non-consensual acts, and contribute to a society that values respect, communication, and the well-being of all its members. The role of institutions, organizations, and governments in promoting consent. In promoting a consent-centric culture, institutions, organizations, and governments play a crucial role in shaping policies, practices, and attitudes surrounding consent. In this chapter, we explore the responsibilities and opportunities these entities have in fostering a society that values and upholds consent. Implementing comprehensive consent policies. Institutions, such as schools, workplaces, and healthcare facilities, can establish comprehensive consent policies that outline clear guidelines for interactions and set standards for respectful behavior. Consent education in institutions. Integrating consent education in educational institutions equips students with the knowledge and tools needed to navigate relationships and interactions with respect for boundaries. Supporting consent advocacy. Organizations can support consent advocacy efforts by providing resources, platforms, and partnerships to amplify the message of enthusiastic, informed, and voluntary consent. Creating safe spaces. Institutions and organizations can foster safe spaces where individuals feel comfortable expressing their consent and reporting non-consensual incidents without fear of reprisal. Collaboration with community leaders. Governments and institutions can collaborate with community leaders and activists to develop and implement consent-focused initiatives that address the specific needs of diverse communities. Legal frameworks and consent. Governments play a critical role in establishing legal frameworks that protect individuals from non-consensual acts and ensure that consent is effectively upheld in various contexts. Support for survivors. Institutions and governments can provide resources, counseling, and support systems for survivors of non-consensual experiences, ensuring they are heard, believed, and assisted. Research and data collection. Collecting data on consent-related issues allows institutions, organizations, and governments to understand the prevalence of non-consensual acts and tailor interventions accordingly. Throughout this section, we explore how institutions, organizations, and governments can actively promote a consent-centric culture. By implementing comprehensive policies, supporting education and advocacy, and collaborating with diverse stakeholders, these entities can contribute to a society that values consent, respects boundaries, and prioritizes the well-being of all individuals. Remember, the role of institutions, organizations, and governments in promoting consent extends beyond their internal practices. By actively engaging with the broader community and committing to fostering a consent-centric culture, these entities can create lasting and meaningful change, influencing societal attitudes and behaviors surrounding consent. Shifting societal attitudes towards consent and accountability. Shifting societal attitudes towards consent and accountability is a collective effort that requires active engagement from individuals, communities, and institutions. In this chapter, we explore the steps and strategies needed to create a society that prioritizes consent and holds individuals accountable for their actions. Challenging rape culture. Addressing and challenging rape culture, which perpetuates harmful attitudes towards consent, is essential in fostering a culture that values and respects boundaries. Media representation and consent. Promoting responsible and respectful representations of consent in media and popular culture helps shape societal perceptions and attitudes surrounding consent. Encouraging open dialogue. Fostering open dialogue about consent and non-consensual acts encourages individuals to critically examine their attitudes and beliefs, leading to positive shifts in societal norms. Promoting positive role models. Highlighting positive role models who prioritize consent and communicate boundaries empowers others to follow suit. Engaging men in the conversation. Engaging men in conversations about consent and accountability is vital in challenging gender norms and promoting an understanding of enthusiastic consent. Consent advocacy in schools. Integrating consent education in school curricula from an early age lays the foundation for a consent-centric society and empowers future generations to navigate relationships with respect. Holding institutions accountable. Holding institutions, such as schools and workplaces, accountable for their handling of consent-related issues ensures that these entities actively prioritize the well-being of their members. Empowering survivors. Empowering survivors of non-consensual experiences with support, resources, and validation is a crucial step in shifting societal attitudes towards believing and supporting survivors. Throughout this section, we explore the importance of shifting societal attitudes towards consent and accountability. By challenging harmful cultural norms, promoting responsible media representation, and fostering open dialogue, individuals and communities can contribute to a society that prioritizes consent and respects the autonomy and dignity of all individuals. Remember, creating a consent-centric society requires continuous effort and a commitment to change. By embracing education, accountability, and empathy, individuals can collectively work towards a culture that upholds enthusiastic, informed, and voluntary consent, promoting healthier and more respectful relationships for everyone involved. Conclusion. Recapitulation of key concepts and lessons on consent. Throughout this book, we have explored the multifaceted concept of consent and its profound significance in interpersonal relationships, especially in the context of diverse identities and societal structures. Let us recapitulate the key concepts and lessons on consent that we have discussed. Understanding consent. Consent is an ongoing, voluntary, and enthusiastic agreement between individuals to engage in specific activities. It is not merely the absence of a no but the presence of an informed and genuine yes. Consent must be freely given, informed, reversible, and specific to each interaction. The principles of enthusiastic, informed, and ongoing consent. Consent must be enthusiastic, indicating a genuine desire and excitement to engage in the activity. It should be informed, meaning individuals have a comprehensive understanding of the situation, potential risks, and their rights. Consent must be ongoing and can be revoked at any point if individuals feel uncomfortable or decide not to proceed further. Debunking myths and misconceptions. We addressed common myths surrounding consent, such as assumptions about body language, the role of alcohol or previous relationships, and the idea that consent is not needed within certain contexts. Debunking these myths helps create a more accurate understanding of what consent entails. The role of communication in obtaining and giving consent. Effective communication is essential in obtaining and giving consent. Individuals should feel comfortable expressing their desires and boundaries openly, and they should actively seek and listen to their partner's consent throughout interactions. Consent in different contexts. We explored consent in various relationships, including romantic, sexual, platonic, and professional settings. Understanding consent within these contexts requires acknowledging power dynamics, respecting individual identities, and communicating openly about boundaries and desires. Consent and intersectionality. The intersectionality of identities, including race, gender, sexual orientation, disability, and socioeconomic status, shapes individuals' consent experiences. Recognizing this intersectionality helps create a more inclusive and empathetic approach to consent. Addressing unique challenges faced by marginalized groups. Empowering marginalized groups to advocate for their rights and boundaries is crucial in fostering a consent culture that is equitable and supportive. Building consent-centric communities. Creating consent-focused spaces and environments within institutions, organizations, and governments is instrumental in promoting respectful interactions and holding individuals accountable for their actions. Shifting societal attitudes towards consent and accountability, challenging harmful cultural norms, promoting responsible media representation, and engaging in open dialogue are steps towards creating a society that values consent and holds individuals accountable for their actions. In conclusion, consent is not a mere checkbox or legal formality, it is a fundamental aspect of respectful and healthy relationships. By upholding the principles of enthusiastic, informed, and ongoing consent, and fostering a culture that prioritizes respect, empathy, and communication, we can work towards a society where consent is celebrated, valued, and protected. Let us take the lessons and insights from this book and actively apply them in our lives, our communities, and our institutions. Together, we can create a world where consent is at the core of all interactions, fostering a culture of respect, autonomy, and empowerment for everyone. Encouraging ongoing learning and dialogue about consent. The journey towards promoting consent and building a consent-centric society does not end with the conclusion of this book. It is an ongoing process that requires continuous learning, open dialogue, and a commitment to growth. In this final section, we emphasize the importance of encouraging ongoing learning and dialogue about consent. Embracing lifelong learning. Consent is a complex and evolving concept. It is crucial to remain open to new information, research, and perspectives on consent. Embracing lifelong learning allows us to continually deepen our understanding and practice of consent. Promoting consent education. Promoting consent education at all levels, from schools to workplaces to communities, is essential in nurturing a culture that values respect and boundaries. Comprehensive consent education equips individuals with the tools they need to navigate relationships and interactions with empathy and awareness. Engaging in conversations. Engaging in conversations about consent with friends, family, colleagues, and community members encourages others to reflect on their own attitudes and beliefs. These conversations create spaces where individuals can ask questions, share experiences, and support one another. Supporting consent advocates. Supporting individuals who advocate for consent helps amplify their voices and contributes to the broader movement for a consent-centric society. Encouraging and recognizing consent advocates empowers them to continue their vital work. Creating safe spaces. Creating safe and non-judgmental spaces for discussions about consent allows individuals to share their thoughts and experiences openly. These spaces facilitate a culture of mutual learning and growth. Incorporating consent in media and arts. Promoting positive representations of consent in media, literature, and arts helps reinforce the values of enthusiastic, informed, and voluntary consent in society. Collaborating for change. Collaborating with organizations, institutions, and activists to advocate for consent-centric policies and practices creates a more significant impact and facilitates systemic change. Empowering survivors' voices. Empowering survivors to share their stories and experiences is essential in raising awareness about the prevalence of non-consensual acts and breaking down the barriers that survivors may face. As we embark on our journey to create a consent-centric culture, let us remember that change begins with each one of us. By embracing ongoing learning, promoting education, and engaging in meaningful conversations about consent, we can collectively foster a society that values communication, respect, and empathy. In our commitment to promoting consent and building a consent-centric society, let us remain vigilant against complacency and continuously challenge harmful attitudes and norms. Together, we can create a world where consent is not only understood but actively practiced and celebrated in all our interactions. The road ahead may be long, but with a shared dedication to learning, dialogue, and progress, we can pave the way towards a more respectful, compassionate, and consent-centric world for generations to come. Let us embark on this journey together and be the catalysts for positive change in our communities and beyond. A call to action for readers to contribute to a culture of consent and respect. As we reach the end of this book, I extend a heartfelt call to action to each reader to become an active participant in promoting a culture of consent and respect. The concepts and lessons explored throughout these chapters are not merely theoretical ideas. They hold the power to transform our interactions, relationships, and communities for the better. It is through our collective efforts that we can create a society that upholds the values of enthusiastic, informed, and voluntary consent. Educate yourself and others. Take the initiative to educate yourself further on the principles of consent and share your knowledge with others. Engage in conversations with friends, family, and colleagues about the importance of consent, debunking myths, and addressing misconceptions. Encourage others to seek out resources and information on consent. Challenge harmful attitudes and norms. Be a champion for change by challenging harmful attitudes and norms that perpetuate non-consensual behaviors. Speak up against rape culture, victim blaming, and any form of coercion or pressure. Your voice can be a powerful force for transforming societal perceptions. Advocate for consent education. Advocate for the integration of comprehensive consent education in schools, workplaces, and community settings. Encourage institutions and organizations to prioritize consent-focused policies and initiatives. Support consent advocates. Support and uplift individuals and organizations that advocate for consent-centric values. Engage with consent advocates and participate in their initiatives to create a larger impact. Create safe spaces. foster safe and inclusive spaces where individuals feel comfortable expressing their boundaries and experiences related to consent. Encourage open dialogue and non-judgmental discussions. Engage with media responsibly. Be conscious of the media you consume and promote responsible representations of consent in media and arts. Support content creators who prioritize respectful portrayals of relationships and consent. Collaborate for change. Join forces with organizations, institutions, and activists working towards promoting consent and accountability. Collaborative efforts can bring about systemic change and make a broader impact. Empower survivors. Support survivors of non-consensual experiences with empathy, validation, and resources. Create an environment where survivors feel heard, believed, and supported in their journey towards healing. Remember, change begins with each individual action. By actively contributing to a culture of consent and respect, you become part of a collective movement that strives to create a safer, more compassionate, and equitable society. As you reflect on the insights gained from this book, let it fuel your determination to make a difference in your daily interactions and broader community. The call to action is not a one-time event but an ongoing commitment to uphold the values of consent and respect in all aspects of your life. Together, we can shape a future where consent is celebrated, boundaries are valued, and everyone's autonomy is respected. Let us embrace this call to action and stand united as catalysts for positive change in our world. Your contribution matters, and your dedication to creating a consent-centric culture can leave a lasting impact on the lives of countless individuals. Thank you for joining the journey towards a more respectful and empathetic society. Part 2: Ethical Behavior, Principles and Practices. Introduction. Definition of ethical behavior and its importance in personal and professional life in a world filled with diverse beliefs, values, and perspectives. The concept of ethical behavior stands as a universal beacon of moral guidance. At its core, ethical behavior encompasses a set of principles and values that govern how individuals navigate their lives, making decisions and interacting with others in a manner that upholds integrity, fairness, and respect. Ethics, an age-old field of inquiry, delves into questions of right and wrong, good and bad, and the moral implications of human actions. It seeks to shed light on the intricacies of human behavior and the principles that govern our interactions with one another and the world around us. In both personal and professional realms, ethical behavior plays a fundamental role in shaping our character and defining our reputation. It goes beyond merely adhering to laws and regulations, as it extends to the realm of conscious decision-making, guided by an intrinsic sense of morality and empathy. In personal life, ethical behavior serves as a compass that guides us through the complexities of our relationships with family, friends, and acquaintances. It fosters trust, nurtures compassion, and strengthens the bonds that form the fabric of society. When individuals conduct themselves ethically, they contribute to a harmonious and caring community, promoting a sense of shared responsibility for one another's well-being. In the professional arena, ethical behavior serves as a cornerstone of reputable businesses and organizations. Companies that prioritize ethical conduct foster an environment of trust and accountability, not only among their employees but also with their customers and partners. Ethical leaders set the tone for an organization's culture, emphasizing the importance of honesty, fairness, and transparency in every aspect of their operations. The significance of ethical behavior in personal and professional life cannot be overstated. It shapes the decisions we make, the relationships we build, and the legacy we leave behind. By adhering to ethical principles, we uphold our own dignity and the dignity of others, nurturing a more compassionate and just world. Throughout the pages of this book, we will explore the key principles of ethical behavior, delve into the moral complexities of decision-making, and discover how ethical leadership can transform communities and organizations. Join us on this journey as we unravel the essence of ethical behavior and its transformative power in the tapestry of life. The impact of ethical conduct on individuals, organizations, and society. The power of ethical conduct extends far beyond the individual, radiating its influence throughout organizations and society as a whole. When individuals commit themselves to upholding ethical principles, a ripple effect of positive consequences takes hold, shaping a more harmonious and prosperous community. On an individual level, practicing ethical behavior cultivates a strong sense of self-respect and integrity. Making decisions aligned with one's values and morals fosters a deep sense of personal fulfillment and contentment. Ethical individuals tend to experience less inner conflict and guilt, leading to improved mental well-being and overall life satisfaction. Ethics also play a pivotal role in shaping the dynamics within organizations. When ethical behavior is the guiding principle for both leaders and employees, it creates a culture of trust, transparency, and cooperation. Team members are more likely to work collaboratively, fostering a sense of unity and shared purpose. Moreover, ethical leadership promotes employee engagement and loyalty, leading to increased productivity and reduced turnover. Furthermore, organizations that prioritize ethical conduct are better equipped to weather challenges and crises. Trust is an invaluable currency, and ethical companies are more likely to retain the loyalty of their stakeholders during difficult times. This, in turn, enhances their reputation and brand image, attracting new customers and partners who value ethical practices. Beyond the organizational sphere, the impact of ethical behavior reverberates throughout society. Ethical businesses contribute to the welfare of the communities they serve, investing in social responsibility initiatives and sustainable practices. They prioritize the well-being of their employees, providing fair wages, safe working conditions, and opportunities for professional growth. In contrast, the absence of ethical conduct can lead to severe consequences. Unethical behavior erodes trust, both within organizations and between businesses and their customers. It can result in legal and financial repercussions, tarnishing reputations and causing long-term damage to the affected parties. Society at large relies on ethical behavior to maintain social cohesion and progress. When individuals, organizations, and institutions act ethically, they uphold the fabric of society, promoting fairness, justice, and equality. Ethical conduct becomes the building block of a harmonious and thriving community, where everyone is treated with dignity and respect. Throughout this chapter, we will explore in depth the various ways ethical behavior impacts individuals, organizations, and society. From the smallest acts of kindness to the grandest initiatives, we will witness how ethical conduct can bring about positive transformation and leave a lasting legacy for generations to come. The scope of ethical considerations beyond consent. While consent is undeniably an essential aspect of ethical behavior, the scope of ethical considerations extends far beyond this fundamental principle. Ethical dilemmas arise in various facets of life, challenging individuals and societies to navigate complex moral landscapes with wisdom and compassion. One significant area of ethical contemplation lies in the realm of artificial intelligence and technology. As advancements in AI and automation continue to shape the world, questions about data privacy, algorithmic bias, and the impact of technology on human lives become paramount. Ethical considerations encompass the responsible development and deployment of AI, ensuring that these technologies benefit humanity while mitigating potential risks and harm. Medical ethics is another critical domain, touching the core of human well-being and health. Issues like patient autonomy, informed consent, and end-of-life decisions require thoughtful ethical analysis. Medical professionals face complex choices concerning the allocation of limited resources, treatment options, and the pursuit of patient welfare. Ethical principles guide healthcare providers to strike the delicate balance between compassion and the best possible care for their patients. Environmental ethics come to the forefront when addressing the pressing challenges of climate change, resource depletion, and ecological preservation. Ethical considerations compel individuals and societies to adopt sustainable practices, minimize their carbon footprint, and protect biodiversity. Preserving the environment for future generations becomes a moral imperative rooted in intergenerational justice. In the realm of business and economics, ethical dilemmas arise concerning fair trade, labor practices, and corporate social responsibility. Companies face ethical choices when balancing profits with the well-being of their employees, customers, and the broader community. Ethical business practices contribute to building trust, fostering long-term success, and enhancing the reputation of businesses in the global market. Ethical considerations also play a significant role in the realm of scientific research. Researchers must uphold principles of integrity, transparency, and respect for the rights and welfare of research subjects. Ethical review boards oversee studies to ensure compliance with ethical standards, protecting human subjects from potential harm and exploitation. Beyond these domains, ethical contemplations extend into various social and political spheres, guiding decisions related to social justice, human rights, and governance. Ethical leaders are called upon to promote inclusivity, equality, and fairness, striving to create societies where all individuals have the opportunity to flourish. Throughout this chapter, we will explore the vast scope of ethical considerations beyond consent. Delving into real-world scenarios and moral dilemmas, we will witness the intricate interplay of ethical principles in shaping a just, compassionate, and sustainable world. As we navigate these complex ethical landscapes, we will strive to find a common ground that upholds the dignity and well-being of all individuals, embracing diversity and empathy as the pillars of ethical behavior. Chapter 1. The foundation of ethical behavior. Understanding ethics and morality. Ethics and morality form the bedrock upon which ethical behavior stands firm, guiding individuals through the labyrinth of moral decision-making. In this chapter, we embark on a journey to understand the essence of ethics and its inseparable relationship with morality. Ethics, often interchangeably used with morals, refers to the study of principles that govern human conduct and distinguish right from wrong. It provides a framework for evaluating the appropriateness of actions, enabling individuals to make choices aligned with their values and beliefs. Rooted in philosophy, ethics explores the complexities of human behavior and the underlying principles that drive our moral compass. Morality, on the other hand, represents the subjective beliefs, values, and norms that shape an individual's sense of right and wrong. It is deeply influenced by cultural, religious, and societal factors, shaping the moral code of different communities. While morality varies across cultures, ethical principles endeavor to uncover universal truths that transcend cultural boundaries. The interplay between ethics and morality is a dynamic and often nuanced process. Ethical theories and frameworks, such as utilitarianism, deontology, and virtue ethics, provide lenses through which individuals can analyze moral dilemmas and make ethically sound choices. These theories offer different perspectives on what constitutes ethical behavior, emphasizing the consequences of actions, the adherence to moral rules, or the cultivation of virtuous character. Ethics is not merely a theoretical concept, it is a practical guide that individuals employ in their daily lives. From simple acts of kindness to complex decisions with far-reaching consequences, ethical considerations underpin every aspect of human existence. Ethical behavior is a reflection of one's character and values, resonating through personal relationships, professional interactions, and societal contributions. Throughout this chapter, we will delve into the intricacies of ethics and morality, exploring the various ethical theories that underpin ethical decision-making. By gaining a deeper understanding of these foundational principles, we lay the groundwork for navigating the ethical challenges that lie ahead in our journey toward becoming ethically responsible individuals. As we embrace the wisdom of ethical contemplation, we embark on a path of personal growth and contribute to the greater good of society. Key ethical theories: utilitarianism, deontology, virtue ethics. In our exploration of ethical behavior, we encounter a rich tapestry of ethical theories that have been developed over centuries to illuminate the complexities of human morality. In this chapter, we delve into three key ethical theories: utilitarianism, deontology, and virtue ethics, each offering a distinct perspective on how we can navigate the terrain of ethical decision-making. Utilitarianism, championed by philosophers like Jeremy Bentham and John Stuart Mill, posits that the moral worth of an action is determined by its ability to maximize overall happiness or utility. According to this consequentialist theory, the right course of action is the one that produces the greatest good for the greatest number of people. Utilitarianism urges us to assess the potential outcomes of our actions, considering the pleasure, happiness, or well-being that they might generate for individuals affected by our choices. It encourages us to weigh the benefits and harms of different options and choose the course of action that leads to the most favorable consequences. However, critics of utilitarianism argue that this theory might overlook individual rights and justice concerns, as it places a strong emphasis on collective happiness, potentially sacrificing the well-being of minority groups in pursuit of the majority's benefit. Deontology, propounded by philosophers like Immanuel Kant, focuses on the moral rightness or wrongness of actions themselves, regardless of their consequences. In contrast to utilitarianism, deontological ethics places great importance on moral duties, principles, and rules. Kant's famous categorical imperative emphasizes the idea of acting in a way that could be universally accepted as a moral law, treating others with dignity and respecting their autonomy. Deontological ethics urges us to act from a sense of duty, adhering to moral principles that are inherently binding and unconditional. However, deontology can also pose challenges when moral duties conflict, leaving individuals with no clear resolution. Critics argue that deontology might not adequately address the complexities of real-life moral dilemmas, especially in situations where ethical rules clash. Virtue ethics, with its roots in the works of Aristotle and other ancient philosophers, centers on the development of virtuous character. Rather than focusing solely on individual actions or consequences, virtue ethics emphasizes the cultivation of moral virtues that shape one's character and guide behavior. A virtuous person, according to virtue ethics, demonstrates qualities such as courage, honesty, compassion, and wisdom. By embodying these virtues, individuals are more likely to make ethical decisions naturally and consistently. Virtue ethics emphasizes personal growth and the pursuit of excellence in character, recognizing that ethical behavior flows from the disposition of the individual. Critics of virtue ethics argue that it might not provide clear guidelines for addressing specific moral dilemmas, as it heavily relies on the individual's judgment and character. Throughout this chapter, we will immerse ourselves in the philosophical insights of utilitarianism, deontology, and virtue ethics. By understanding these key ethical theories, we equip ourselves with valuable tools to navigate the diverse landscape of ethical decision-making. Embracing the wisdom of these theories, we forge a path of ethical conduct that harmonizes principles, virtues, and consequences, aspiring to make a positive impact on our lives and the lives of others. The role of cultural, religious, and societal norms in shaping ethical behavior. Ethical behavior is not developed in isolation, it is intricately woven into the fabric of culture, religion, and societal norms. In this chapter, we embark on a journey to understand how these powerful forces shape and influence the ethical conduct of individuals and communities. Cultural norms. Culture plays a pivotal role in shaping the values, beliefs, and norms that guide ethical behavior within a particular group or society. Cultural norms encompass the accepted standards of conduct, customs, and traditions that are passed down from generation to generation. In diverse cultural contexts, what may be considered ethical in one society might differ significantly from another. Understanding and respecting these cultural variations are essential in fostering cross-cultural understanding and promoting ethical behavior in a globalized world. Religious ethics. Religion has long been a cornerstone of ethical guidance for millions of people worldwide. Religious ethics are grounded in the teachings and scriptures of various faiths, providing moral codes and principles that govern how adherents should conduct themselves. Different religions emphasize distinct ethical values, such as compassion, justice, forgiveness, and humility. For many individuals, religious beliefs serve as a compass, guiding their ethical decisions and providing a sense of purpose and meaning in life. However, the intersection of religion and ethics can also lead to moral conflicts, especially when religious doctrines clash with secular laws or the values of other belief systems. Finding common ground and fostering interfaith dialogue become essential in promoting mutual respect and ethical understanding. Societal norms. Society, as a collective entity, establishes norms and standards of behavior that influence how individuals interact and make ethical choices. These societal norms are shaped by historical, political, and economic factors, reflecting the prevailing values and priorities of a community. Social norms can both enable and constrain ethical behavior. They can encourage individuals to act in ways that promote the common good, but they can also perpetuate unethical practices if they condone discrimination, inequality, or corruption. As societal values evolve over time, ethical behavior adapts and responds to these changes. Embracing ethical progress and challenging harmful norms are essential steps toward creating more inclusive and just societies. In this chapter, we explore how the collective forces of culture, religion, and societal norms interweave to mold ethical behavior. Recognizing the diverse influences that shape ethical conduct enhances our capacity for empathy and respect, fostering a richer understanding of the ethical complexities that define our world. Embracing the wisdom of cultural diversity and ethical pluralism, we forge a path of ethical behavior that celebrates our shared humanity while honoring our unique identities. Chapter 2. Principles of ethical behavior. Consent as a fundamental principle of ethical conduct. In our quest to unravel the foundations of ethical conduct, we delve into essential principles that guide individuals on their moral journey. Consent, as a fundamental principle of ethical behavior, takes center stage in this chapter. Consent serves as a cornerstone of ethical interactions, emphasizing the significance of respecting individuals' autonomy and agency. At its core, consent is the voluntary and informed agreement given by a person who has the capacity to make a decision. It involves understanding the implications of a situation, weighing the potential risks and benefits, and making a choice free from coercion or manipulation. In personal relationships, consent forms the basis of mutual respect and healthy boundaries. Whether in romantic partnerships or friendships, seeking and obtaining consent is vital in establishing trust and fostering open communication. Consent ensures that individuals have agency over their bodies, emotions, and personal choices, leading to more meaningful and respectful connections. In professional settings, consent plays a crucial role in ethical conduct. Informed consent is a foundational principle in healthcare, research, and other professions involving the well-being and rights of others. Healthcare providers obtain consent from patients before administering treatments, researchers seek consent from participants before conducting studies, and professionals in various fields prioritize transparent communication and consent in their interactions. In the context of intimate relationships, consent is central to the ethical practice of sexuality. The importance of affirmative and ongoing consent cannot be overstated in fostering healthy and consensual intimate experiences. Respecting an individual's boundaries and ensuring enthusiastic agreement are crucial elements of ethical behavior in all intimate encounters. Consent also extends to the realm of digital interactions and data privacy. In the age of information technology, individuals must grant explicit consent for the collection, use, and sharing of their personal data. Ethical practices in data handling prioritize transparency, providing individuals with clear information about how their data will be used and giving them the option to opt out if they choose. Despite the central role of consent in ethical behavior, it is crucial to acknowledge that the ability to give informed consent may be influenced by various factors, such as age, cognitive ability, cultural context, or power dynamics. Ethical decision-makers must be attuned to these complexities, ensuring that consent is genuinely voluntary and informed. Throughout this chapter, we will explore the multifaceted dimensions of consent and its profound implications for ethical behavior. By embracing consent as a guiding principle, we navigate the intricate balance between individual autonomy and collective responsibility, cultivating an ethical landscape that fosters respect, trust, and understanding. Honesty and integrity in all interactions. In our exploration of ethical conduct, we encounter principles that illuminate the path toward moral excellence. Among these, honesty and integrity stand as pillars of ethical behavior, guiding individuals in all interactions and choices they make. Honesty, the cornerstone of trust. Honesty, often described as the virtue of truthfulness, is the foundation upon which trust is built. Ethical behavior demands that individuals communicate truthfully and transparently with others. This principle requires us to be sincere and genuine in our words and actions, avoiding deception, dishonesty, and misleading information. In personal relationships, honesty fosters open and authentic communication, strengthening the bonds between individuals. Being honest with loved ones builds trust, deepens emotional connections, and creates a safe space for vulnerability and understanding. In the professional sphere, honesty is essential for maintaining the integrity of individuals and organizations. Honest communication in business dealings establishes credibility, leading to long-lasting partnerships and customer loyalty. It also ensures fair competition and upholds the principles of corporate social responsibility. While honesty is often straightforward, it can present challenges when faced with difficult truths or delicate situations. Ethical individuals confront such challenges with courage and compassion, striving to communicate honestly while being sensitive to the impact of their words on others. Integrity, the guiding light of character. Integrity, closely intertwined with honesty, embodies the consistency and alignment between one's actions and moral principles. Ethical behavior demands that individuals act with integrity, living by their values and adhering to ethical standards even when facing temptations or pressures to compromise. In personal life, integrity shapes one's character and identity. Ethical individuals exhibit integrity in their commitments, fulfilling promises, and taking responsibility for their actions. This quality earns them respect and admiration from those around them. In the professional world, integrity is highly regarded and sought after in leaders and employees alike. Ethical leaders exemplify integrity, inspiring trust and loyalty from their teams. Integrity in the workplace promotes a culture of accountability, where individuals take ownership of their actions and hold themselves to high ethical standards. Integrity also extends to the realm of decision-making. Ethical individuals evaluate choices based on their alignment with their values, rather than external pressures or personal gain. Upholding integrity in decision-making ensures that ethical principles guide actions, leading to choices that benefit both individuals and society. Throughout this chapter, we delve into the profound significance of honesty and integrity in ethical behavior. By embracing these principles, individuals uphold their authenticity, build trust, and contribute to a moral foundation that enriches personal relationships, professional environments, and the fabric of society as a whole. Respect for others' dignity and autonomy. In our exploration of ethical conduct, we uncover principles that exemplify the essence of respecting others' dignity and autonomy. These principles form the bedrock of ethical behavior, guiding individuals in their interactions and upholding the inherent value of every human being. Respect for dignity, embracing the inherent worth of individuals. Respect for dignity recognizes that each person possesses inherent worth and deserves to be treated with esteem and consideration. Ethical behavior demands that individuals acknowledge and honor the dignity of others, regardless of their background, beliefs, or circumstances. In personal relationships, respecting others' dignity entails treating them with kindness and empathy, valuing their feelings and perspectives, and refraining from actions that demean or belittle them. Ethical individuals nurture an environment where all individuals feel valued, accepted, and understood. In the professional realm, respecting the dignity of colleagues, employees, and customers fosters a positive and inclusive workplace culture. It creates an atmosphere of mutual respect and support, where individuals are encouraged to contribute their unique talents and perspectives without fear of discrimination or prejudice. Autonomy, upholding the freedom of choice and self-determination. Autonomy emphasizes the value of an individual's freedom to make decisions and govern their own lives. Ethical behavior demands that individuals respect others' autonomy, allowing them the right to exercise their own choices and preferences. In personal relationships, respecting others' autonomy means recognizing and supporting their right to make decisions that align with their values and aspirations. Ethical individuals avoid coercive behaviors and refrain from imposing their beliefs onto others, valuing the uniqueness and agency of each person. In the professional context, respecting autonomy involves empowering employees to make decisions that contribute to their personal and professional growth. Ethical leaders encourage open communication and seek input from team members, fostering a sense of ownership and self-determination among their workforce. However, the principle of autonomy also requires sensitivity to situations where an individual's capacity to make decisions may be compromised, such as in cases of vulnerability or diminished cognitive abilities. Ethical behavior entails acting in ways that protect and support individuals in such circumstances while still honoring their autonomy as much as possible. Throughout this chapter, we immerse ourselves in the profound significance of respecting others' dignity and autonomy. By embracing these principles, individuals contribute to a compassionate and egalitarian society, where the rights and agency of each person are upheld and celebrated. Ethical behavior becomes a harmonious dance of mutual respect, fostering connections that enrich personal relationships and nurture a culture of inclusivity and understanding. Fairness and justice in decision-making. In our exploration of ethical conduct, we encounter principles that exemplify the essence of fairness and justice in decision-making. These principles serve as guiding beacons, ensuring that ethical choices uphold equality, impartiality, and the well-being of all individuals. Fairness, embracing equity and impartiality. Fairness entails treating individuals equitably and impartially, without favoritism or discrimination. Ethical behavior demands that individuals consider the needs and rights of all stakeholders involved and make decisions that are just and unbiased. In personal relationships, fairness involves listening to different perspectives and valuing each person's contributions. Ethical individuals strive to resolve conflicts and allocate resources in ways that are equitable and considerate of everyone's interests. In the professional sphere, fairness is crucial in areas such as hiring, promotions, and compensation. Ethical organizations ensure that decisions related to employment and advancement are based on merit and qualifications, rather than factors unrelated to job performance. Justice, upholding righteousness and equity. Justice embodies the idea of promoting fairness and equity in the distribution of resources, opportunities, and rights. Ethical behavior demands that individuals champion social justice and work to address systemic inequalities and injustices. In personal relationships, justice calls for advocating for the rights and well-being of others, especially those who may be marginalized or oppressed. Ethical individuals stand up against unfair treatment and work toward creating a more just and inclusive society. In the professional context, justice extends to issues of corporate social responsibility and ethical business practices. Ethical leaders prioritize the welfare of their employees, customers, and communities, ensuring that their actions contribute positively to society. However, pursuing justice may require challenging existing norms and advocating for change. Ethical behavior often involves recognizing and rectifying historical injustices and working to create a more equitable future for all. Throughout this chapter, we immerse ourselves in the profound significance of fairness and justice in decision-making. By embracing these principles, individuals contribute to a society where all individuals are treated with dignity and equality, and where opportunities are accessible to everyone. Ethical behavior becomes a powerful force for social transformation, advocating for the principles of fairness and justice that lie at the heart of a harmonious and thriving community. The significance of responsibility and accountability. In our exploration of ethical conduct, we encounter the profound significance of responsibility and accountability. These principles form the bedrock of ethical behavior, guiding individuals to take ownership of their actions and their impact on others. Responsibility, embracing the consequences of actions. Responsibility entails recognizing the impact of one's actions and taking ownership of their outcomes. Ethical behavior demands that individuals act with a sense of responsibility, considering the potential consequences of their choices on themselves and those around them. In personal relationships, responsibility involves being mindful of how our words and actions affect others. Ethical individuals take responsibility for their mistakes and seek to make amends when they have unintentionally caused harm to others. In the professional sphere, responsibility extends to the decisions and actions of organizations. Ethical businesses prioritize environmental sustainability, social welfare, and ethical practices, understanding that they bear a responsibility to the communities they serve. Accountability, upholding transparency and answerability. Accountability embodies the principle of being answerable for one's actions and decisions. Ethical behavior demands that individuals demonstrate accountability by being transparent in their actions and accepting the consequences of their choices. In personal relationships, accountability involves being open and honest in communication, admitting when one is at fault, and working toward resolving conflicts. Ethical individuals foster an environment of trust and accountability, where each person can take responsibility for their role in the relationship. In the professional context, accountability is essential for maintaining the integrity of organizations. Ethical leaders demonstrate accountability by holding themselves and their team members responsible for their actions, fostering a culture of transparency and continuous improvement. However, accountability also requires acknowledging and addressing systemic issues within institutions and systems. Ethical behavior involves challenging existing structures and working toward creating a more accountable and just society. Throughout this chapter, we immerse ourselves in the profound significance of responsibility and accountability in ethical behavior. By embracing these principles, individuals contribute to a culture of integrity, where actions are guided by thoughtful consideration of their consequences, and transparency fosters trust and confidence. Ethical behavior becomes a powerful force for positive change, encouraging responsibility and accountability that elevates personal and collective well-being. Chapter 3: Empathy and Compassion. The importance of understanding and considering others' feelings and perspectives. In our exploration of ethical conduct, we encounter the profound significance of empathy and compassion. These qualities form the heart of ethical behavior, guiding individuals to understand and consider the feelings and perspectives of others. Empathy, the bridge of understanding. Empathy involves the ability to put ourselves in someone else's shoes, to understand their emotions, and to view the world from their perspective. Ethical behavior demands that individuals cultivate empathy, allowing them to connect deeply with others and respond with sensitivity and understanding. In personal relationships, empathy fosters emotional intimacy and mutual support. Ethical individuals listen attentively to others' experiences, validating their emotions and offering comfort and encouragement. In the professional sphere, empathy is essential for effective communication and collaboration. Ethical leaders demonstrate empathy by valuing the input and well-being of their team members, creating a supportive and inclusive work environment. Compassion, the heart of benevolence. Compassion embodies the principle of genuine care and concern for the well-being of others. It goes beyond understanding others' emotions, compelling us to take action to alleviate their suffering and contribute positively to their lives. In personal relationships, compassion involves offering kindness and support to those facing challenges or hardships. Ethical individuals extend a helping hand and provide a safe space for others to express their vulnerabilities. In the professional context, compassion is expressed through ethical decision-making that prioritizes the welfare of employees, customers, and stakeholders. Ethical businesses embrace social responsibility, supporting charitable initiatives and uplifting their communities. However, cultivating empathy and compassion requires an open heart and a willingness to step outside our own experiences. Ethical behavior involves embracing diversity and recognizing the shared humanity that binds us all. Throughout this chapter, we immerse ourselves in the profound importance of empathy and compassion in ethical behavior. By embracing these qualities, individuals contribute to a compassionate and understanding world, where connections are nurtured, and the well-being of others is valued. Ethical behavior becomes a powerful force for positive transformation, uniting individuals in shared humanity and fostering a culture of empathy and compassion. How empathy enhances ethical decision-making. Empathy serves as a transformative force in ethical decision-making, elevating the quality of choices individuals make and deepening their understanding of the impact of their actions on others. In this section, we explore how empathy enhances ethical decision-making in various aspects of life. Understanding others' perspectives. Empathy allows individuals to step into the shoes of others, gaining insights into their thoughts, emotions, and experiences. When faced with ethical dilemmas, the ability to understand different perspectives enables individuals to make decisions that consider the needs and feelings of all stakeholders involved. In personal relationships, empathy helps individuals navigate conflicts with greater sensitivity and compassion. By empathizing with the emotions and concerns of loved ones, ethical individuals can find common ground and foster understanding, leading to more harmonious relationships. Considering the impact of actions, empathy prompts individuals to consider the consequences of their actions on others. Ethical decision-makers reflect on how their choices may affect individuals directly and indirectly, and they strive to minimize harm and promote well-being. In the professional sphere, empathy is crucial for ethical leadership. Leaders who understand the impact of their decisions on employees and customers create a positive work environment, fostering loyalty and commitment among their team members. Embracing ethical pluralism. Empathy opens the door to ethical pluralism, the recognition that diverse perspectives on morality and ethics exist. Rather than imposing one's own beliefs onto others, empathetic individuals acknowledge the validity of differing viewpoints and seek common ground based on shared values. In society, empathy contributes to a culture of inclusivity and respect for diversity. By empathizing with the experiences of individuals from different backgrounds, ethical decision-makers strive to create systems and institutions that uphold fairness and equality. Encouraging pro-social behavior. Empathy motivates individuals to engage in pro-social behavior, where they act for the benefit of others and the greater good. Ethical decisions often involve considering not only one's own interests but also the well-being of others and the broader community. In both personal and professional settings, empathy prompts individuals to offer assistance and support to those in need. Ethical behavior becomes a catalyst for positive change, as individuals take action to address societal challenges and work toward creating a more just and compassionate world. Throughout this section, we delve into the transformative power of empathy in ethical decision-making. By embracing empathy, individuals cultivate a deeper understanding of the moral complexities that surround them, guiding their choices toward compassion, fairness, and the greater good. Ethical behavior becomes a conscious and empathetic endeavor, fostering connections and contributing to the collective well-being of humanity. Compassion is a driving force behind beneficence and non-harm. Compassion, the heart of benevolence, is a powerful driving force behind the ethical principles of beneficence and non-harm. In this section, we explore how compassion inspires individuals to act for the well-being of others and to refrain from causing harm. Beneficence, acting for the greater good. Compassion compels individuals to engage in acts of beneficence, where they actively seek to promote the welfare and happiness of others. Ethical behavior guided by compassion goes beyond empathy, moving individuals to take positive action to alleviate suffering and support the needs of those around them. In personal relationships, beneficence is evident in gestures of kindness, support, and selflessness. Compassionate individuals offer a helping hand to friends and loved ones in times of need, making sacrifices for their well-being and happiness. In the professional realm, beneficence drives ethical leaders to prioritize the welfare of their employees and customers. Compassionate businesses invest in social responsibility initiatives, contributing to the improvement of their communities and fostering a culture of care and compassion. Non-harm, preventing unnecessary suffering. Compassion also underpins the principle of non-harm, where individuals strive to avoid causing unnecessary suffering or harm to others. Ethical behavior guided by compassion is rooted in the understanding that all beings deserve to be treated with kindness and respect. In personal relationships, non-harm involves refraining from actions or words that could hurt or cause distress to others. Compassionate individuals strive to communicate with sensitivity and empathy, recognizing the impact of their words on others' emotions. In the professional context, non-harm is evident in ethical business practices that prioritize consumer safety and well-being. Compassionate companies uphold high standards of product quality and transparency, avoiding actions that could harm their customers or the environment. Cultivating a culture of caring. Compassion nurtures a culture of caring and interconnectedness. Ethical behavior guided by compassion extends beyond individual acts of kindness, inspiring communities and organizations to embrace a shared responsibility for the well-being of all. In society, compassionate individuals and institutions work together to address systemic issues and social inequalities. Ethical behavior becomes a collective endeavor to create a more just and compassionate world, where the welfare of all is a shared priority. Throughout this section, we explore the profound impact of compassion as a driving force behind beneficence and non-harm. By embracing compassion, individuals contribute to a world where acts of kindness and care are woven into the fabric of daily life. Ethical behavior becomes an embodiment of empathy and benevolence, fostering a society that values the well-being of all and stands united in compassion and solidarity. Chapter 4: Trustworthiness and Privacy. Building trust through reliability and keeping promises. In our exploration of ethical behavior, we encounter the principles of trustworthiness and privacy, two key elements that foster trust in personal and professional relationships. In this chapter, we delve into the significance of these principles and how they contribute to building and maintaining trust. Trustworthiness, the foundation of reliability. Trustworthiness encompasses the quality of being reliable, honest, and consistent in words and actions. Ethical behavior demands that individuals demonstrate trustworthiness, earning the confidence and faith of others through their integrity and dependability. In personal relationships, trustworthiness is essential for building strong and enduring connections. Ethical individuals keep their promises, follow through on commitments, and act in ways that demonstrate their trustworthiness to friends, family, and partners. In the professional sphere, trustworthiness is crucial for effective leadership and team dynamics. Ethical leaders lead by example, exhibiting honesty and transparency in their interactions with employees and stakeholders, which fosters a culture of trust within the organization. Privacy, respecting personal boundaries. Privacy involves respecting the boundaries of individuals and safeguarding their personal information. Ethical behavior demands that individuals prioritize privacy, recognizing that each person has the right to control their own personal data and information. In personal relationships, respecting privacy is a demonstration of respect for individual autonomy. Ethical individuals refrain from prying into others' personal matters and refrain from sharing sensitive information without consent. In the professional context, privacy protection is vital for maintaining the trust of customers and clients. Ethical businesses implement robust data protection measures, ensuring that customer information is kept confidential and used only for legitimate purposes. Cultivating a culture of trust. Trustworthiness and privacy form the pillars of a culture of trust. Ethical behavior is a commitment to building and preserving trust in all interactions and environments. In society, a culture of trust encourages individuals to be honest and transparent in their dealings with others. Ethical behavior becomes a collective effort to create a community where trust is valued and respected. Throughout this chapter, we immerse ourselves in the profound significance of trustworthiness and privacy. By embracing these principles, individuals contribute to a world where honesty, reliability, and respect for personal boundaries form the fabric of ethical behavior. Ethical conduct becomes an embodiment of trust, nurturing relationships and fostering a culture of integrity, dependability, and mutual respect. Safeguarding privacy and data protection. In our exploration of ethical behavior, we encounter the paramount importance of safeguarding privacy and data protection. These principles are essential in upholding individuals' rights and fostering trust in an increasingly digital and interconnected world. Privacy, a fundamental human right. Privacy is a fundamental human right that acknowledges individuals' autonomy and control over their personal information. Ethical behavior demands that individuals and organizations respect and protect the privacy of others, ensuring that sensitive data is handled with utmost care. In the digital age, where personal information is constantly exchanged and stored, respecting privacy becomes even more critical. Ethical individuals value the confidentiality of personal details and refrain from unauthorized access or sharing of private information. Data protection, ensuring security and consent. Data protection is the practice of safeguarding personal data from unauthorized access, use, or disclosure. Ethical behavior requires individuals and organizations to implement robust data protection measures, protecting the information entrusted to them. In the professional sphere, data protection is a legal and ethical responsibility. Ethical businesses prioritize the security of customer information, employing encryption, access controls, and regular audits to prevent data breaches and unauthorized data use. Informed consent, empowering individuals' choices in the context of privacy and data protection. Informed consent is a key ethical principle. Ethical behavior demands that individuals seek and obtain explicit consent before collecting, using, or sharing personal data. In personal relationships, obtaining informed consent means respecting boundaries and seeking permission before sharing others' information or stories, even within trusted circles. In the professional realm, ethical businesses prioritize transparency, informing customers about the purpose and use of their data. Individuals must have the freedom to opt out or revoke their consent at any time. Navigating ethical dilemmas. Safeguarding privacy and data protection can sometimes present ethical dilemmas. Balancing the need for data-driven insights with the responsibility to protect privacy requires careful consideration and adherence to ethical guidelines. Ethical decision-makers must navigate these complexities with a commitment to prioritizing the welfare and rights of individuals. Striking the right balance between data utilization and data protection is essential for maintaining trust and ethical integrity. Throughout this section, we immerse ourselves in the profound significance of safeguarding privacy and data protection. By embracing these principles, individuals and organizations contribute to a culture of trust and respect, where personal information is handled responsibly and with utmost care. Ethical behavior becomes a testament to valuing privacy and data protection, fostering a digital landscape where trust, transparency, and ethical responsibility form the foundation of our interconnected world. Ethical implications of breach of trust and confidentiality. In our exploration of ethical behavior, we confront the profound implications of breaching trust and confidentiality. These ethical transgressions can have far-reaching consequences, eroding relationships and damaging the fabric of trust that binds individuals and communities together. Loss of trust and betrayal. A breach of trust or confidentiality can lead to a significant loss of trust in personal and professional relationships. When individuals fail to uphold their commitments or share sensitive information without consent, it can leave others feeling betrayed and disillusioned. In personal relationships, breach of trust can lead to emotional distance and strained connections. Ethical individuals recognize the importance of maintaining trust and take care not to betray the confidences of others. In the professional context, breach of confidentiality can damage the reputation of individuals or organizations. Ethical businesses prioritize data protection and transparent practices to instill confidence in their customers and stakeholders. Erosion of integrity and credibility. An ethical breach can severely erode an individual's or organization's integrity and credibility. When promises are broken, or private information is mishandled, it raises doubts about the ethical values and moral character of those involved. In personal relationships, maintaining integrity and credibility is crucial for fostering trust and emotional intimacy. Ethical individuals act with honesty and transparency, ensuring their actions align with their values and commitments. In the professional realm, credibility is vital for business success. Ethical leaders cultivate a culture of trustworthiness and responsibility, promoting ethical behavior throughout the organization. Legal and reputational consequences. Breach of trust and confidentiality can lead to legal and reputational consequences. In many jurisdictions, mishandling personal data or violating confidentiality agreements can result in legal liabilities and penalties. In personal and professional settings, the fallout from an ethical breach can tarnish one's reputation, leading to damaged relationships and professional setbacks. Ethical behavior involves taking responsibility for one's actions and mitigating the negative impact of ethical transgressions. Repairing trust and rebuilding relationships. Addressing the ethical implications of a breach of trust and confidentiality requires accountability and a commitment to repairing the damage done. Ethical individuals acknowledge their mistakes, offer sincere apologies, and take concrete steps to rebuild trust. In personal relationships, rebuilding trust may involve open communication, active listening, and demonstrating consistency and reliability over time. In the professional context, transparency and data protection measures are essential for restoring trust with customers and stakeholders. Ethical businesses prioritize data security, engage in responsible data practices, and respond swiftly to any breaches or incidents. Throughout this section, we explore the profound ethical implications of breaching trust and confidentiality. By embracing trustworthiness and privacy as guiding principles, individuals and organizations can cultivate a culture of integrity and responsibility, fostering relationships built on trust and respect. Ethical behavior becomes a commitment to upholding promises, safeguarding confidences, and valuing the trust placed in us by others. Chapter 5: Environmental Responsibility. Recognizing the impact of actions on the environment. In our exploration of ethical behavior, we turn our attention to the critical aspect of environmental responsibility. This chapter delves into the profound significance of understanding the impact of our actions on the environment and the ethical imperative to protect and preserve our planet for future generations. Environmental impact, consequences of human activities. Environmental responsibility calls for acknowledging the consequences of human activities on the natural world. Ethical behavior demands that individuals recognize their role in shaping the environment and take proactive measures to minimize harmful effects. In personal life, environmental responsibility involves adopting sustainable practices and making eco-conscious choices. Ethical individuals reduce waste, conserve resources, and promote a lifestyle that harmonizes with nature. In the broader context, the impact of human activities on the environment extends to industries, agriculture, and energy consumption. Ethical businesses prioritize sustainable practices, embracing eco-friendly initiatives to minimize their ecological footprint. Stewardship. Caring for our planet. Stewardship is the ethical principle of caring for and protecting the environment. Ethical behavior involves embracing a sense of responsibility toward the earth, recognizing that we are custodians entrusted with preserving its natural beauty and biodiversity. In personal relationships, environmental stewardship is reflected in collective efforts to promote sustainability and conservation. Ethical individuals engage in community projects and advocate for environmentally friendly practices. In the corporate world, environmental stewardship involves corporate social responsibility initiatives that promote environmental conservation. Ethical businesses invest in green technologies, support conservation efforts, and prioritize eco-friendly supply chains. Climate change and global impact. Environmental responsibility also encompasses addressing climate change, a global challenge with far-reaching consequences. Ethical behavior requires individuals and nations to take action to mitigate climate change and reduce greenhouse gas emissions. In personal life, ethical choices include reducing energy consumption, using sustainable transportation, and supporting renewable energy sources. On a global scale, environmental responsibility involves international cooperation and policy initiatives to combat climate change. Ethical nations collaborate to find innovative solutions to protect the environment and combat environmental degradation. Educating and advocating for change. Environmental responsibility is not just about individual actions, it also involves educating others and advocating for systemic change. Ethical behavior extends to promoting environmental awareness and inspiring collective action. In personal relationships, ethical individuals encourage their friends and family to adopt sustainable practices and participate in environmental conservation efforts. In the public sphere, ethical leaders and activists advocate for policies and regulations that promote environmental protection. They raise awareness about environmental issues and champion initiatives to combat pollution and habitat destruction. Throughout this chapter, we explore the profound significance of environmental responsibility in ethical behavior. By embracing this principle, individuals and communities contribute to a world where the environment is cherished and protected. Ethical behavior becomes a powerful force for positive environmental change, fostering a culture of stewardship and sustainability that ensures a thriving planet for generations to come. Strategies for incorporating sustainability in personal and professional practices. Environmental responsibility calls for concrete actions to integrate sustainability into both personal and professional practices. In this section, we explore strategies that individuals and organizations can adopt to make a positive impact on the environment. Personal sustainability practices: reduce, reuse, recycle. Embrace the 3 Rs of sustainability to minimize waste and conserve resources. Reduce consumption, reuse items whenever possible, and participate actively in recycling programs. B. Energy conservation. Practice energy efficiency in daily life by turning off lights and electronic devices when not in use, using energy-saving appliances, and making conscious efforts to reduce energy consumption. C. Sustainable transportation. Opt for eco-friendly transportation options, such as walking, cycling, carpooling, or using public transportation, to reduce carbon emissions and traffic congestion. D. Sustainable food choices. Choose locally sourced, organic, and plant-based foods to reduce the environmental impact of food production and support sustainable agriculture. E. Water conservation. Conserve water by fixing leaks, using water-saving appliances, and being mindful of water usage in daily activities. Sustainable practices in the workplace. A. Green energy adoption. Transition to renewable energy sources, such as solar or wind power, to power the workplace and reduce reliance on fossil fuels. B. Waste reduction and recycling. Implement recycling programs and encourage employees to reduce waste by using reusable containers and promoting responsible waste disposal. C. Eco-friendly purchasing. Source environmentally friendly products and materials. Prioritize suppliers with sustainable practices, and opt for recycled or biodegradable materials whenever possible. D. Sustainable transportation policies. Encourage employees to use sustainable transportation options, offer incentives for carpooling or using public transit, and support telecommuting to reduce the carbon footprint of commuting. E. Environmental awareness initiatives. Foster a culture of environmental responsibility through educational programs, workshops, and events that promote sustainability in the workplace. Advocacy and collaboration. A. Environmental advocacy. Support environmental causes and initiatives through volunteering, donations, and participating in community cleanup projects and conservation efforts. B. Collaborative partnerships. Collaborate with like-minded individuals, organizations, and government agencies to address environmental challenges and collectively work towards sustainable solutions. C. Policy engagement. Advocate for environmentally friendly policies at local, national, and international levels, and engage in dialogue with policymakers to promote environmental protection. D. Sustainability reporting. Embrace transparency by disclosing sustainability efforts and progress through sustainability reports, demonstrating commitment to environmental responsibility. E. Continuous improvement. Foster a culture of continuous improvement by regularly assessing sustainability practices, setting ambitious environmental goals, and celebrating achievements. Throughout this section, we explore practical strategies for incorporating sustainability into personal and professional practices. By adopting these approaches, individuals and organizations contribute to a more sustainable and eco-conscious world. Ethical behavior becomes a daily commitment to making environmentally responsible choices and contributing to the collective effort to preserve and protect our planet. Ethical considerations in resource management and conservation. Resource management and conservation are critical aspects of environmental responsibility, demanding ethical considerations to ensure the sustainable use and preservation of natural resources. In this chapter, we delve into the profound significance of ethical decision-making in resource management and conservation efforts. Stewardship of natural resources. Ethical behavior in resource management involves embracing the principle of stewardship. Stewardship recognizes our responsibility to care for and protect the Earth's finite resources, acting as custodians for future generations. In resource-intensive industries, ethical leaders prioritize sustainable practices, adopting measures to minimize resource consumption and waste generation. Stewardship-driven organizations strive to achieve a balance between resource utilization and preservation, promoting long-term ecological health. Fair allocation of resources. Resource management raises ethical questions of equitable distribution and access to resources. Ethical considerations demand that resource allocation is fair and just, ensuring that marginalized communities and future generations have access to vital resources. In societal contexts, ethical behavior involves advocating for policies that address resource inequalities, providing equal opportunities for all individuals to benefit from available resources. Ecosystem preservation. Ethical resource management extends beyond individual resources to consider the preservation of entire ecosystems. Ecosystems play a crucial role in maintaining biodiversity, regulating climate, and providing essential services for human well-being. Ethical considerations in conservation involve protecting ecosystems from degradation and fragmentation. Efforts to conserve habitats and natural areas are integral to maintaining ecological balance and ensuring the survival of diverse species. Sustainable extraction practices in industries reliant on resource extraction. Ethical considerations emphasize sustainable practices. Ethical behavior involves minimizing environmental impact, implementing reclamation efforts, and adhering to responsible mining and extraction standards. Ethical leaders in resource-intensive sectors seek innovative technologies and techniques to extract resources with minimal disruption to ecosystems and local communities. Education and public awareness. Ethical resource management involves raising public awareness about the importance of conservation and sustainable resource use. Education plays a crucial role in inspiring collective action and fostering a culture of environmental responsibility. Ethical behavior encourages engagement with educational programs, supporting initiatives that promote ecological literacy and understanding of resource conservation. Collaboration and conservation partnerships. Collaboration is central to ethical resource management and conservation efforts. Ethical behavior involves forging partnerships between governments, organizations, and communities to address resource challenges collectively. Conservation partnerships facilitate the sharing of knowledge, resources, and expertise, enhancing the effectiveness of conservation projects and ensuring a holistic approach to resource management. Throughout this chapter, we explore the profound significance of ethical considerations in resource management and conservation. By embracing ethical principles in our approach to resource use, individuals and organizations contribute to the preservation of natural resources, the protection of ecosystems, and the sustainable well-being of both current and future generations. Ethical behavior becomes a transformative force in resource management, fostering a harmonious coexistence between human society and the natural world. Chapter 6: Empowerment and Social Justice. Encouraging personal growth and development in others. In our exploration of ethical behavior, we delve into the profound significance of empowerment and social justice. This chapter focuses on the ethical imperative to uplift others, promoting personal growth, and fostering an equitable and inclusive society. Empowerment, fostering strength and resilience. Ethical behavior involves empowering others, recognizing the inherent value and potential in each individual. Empowerment is the process of providing support, resources, and opportunities for personal growth and development. In personal relationships, ethical individuals empower their loved ones by offering encouragement, listening attentively, and helping them overcome challenges. Empowerment fosters resilience and confidence, enabling individuals to reach their full potential. In the professional realm, ethical leaders empower their team members by providing mentorship, training, and opportunities for professional growth. Empowered employees are more engaged and motivated, contributing to the success of the organization. Social justice, promoting equity and inclusivity. Social justice is a cornerstone of ethical behavior, advocating for fairness, equity, and inclusivity in society. Ethical individuals recognize the systemic barriers and inequalities that exist and work toward dismantling them. In societal contexts, ethical behavior involves advocating for policies and initiatives that promote social justice, This includes addressing issues such as poverty, discrimination, and access to education and healthcare. Advocacy and allyship. Ethical behavior extends to advocacy and allyship, standing in solidarity with marginalized and underrepresented communities. Ethical individuals use their privilege and platform to amplify the voices of others and support causes that promote social justice. In the professional sphere, ethical organizations prioritize diversity and inclusion, creating a supportive and inclusive work environment that values the contributions of all employees. Mentorship and leadership. Ethical leaders play a pivotal role in fostering personal growth and development in others. They serve as mentors, guiding and inspiring individuals to achieve their goals and fulfill their potential. Mentorship involves sharing knowledge and experiences, providing guidance and constructive feedback, and fostering a culture of continuous learning. Empathy and compassion. At the heart of empowerment and social justice lies empathy and compassion. Ethical behavior requires understanding the experiences and challenges of others, and responding with kindness and support. Empathy and compassion form the foundation of meaningful connections, allowing individuals to build trust and mutual respect, which are essential for empowering and uplifting others. Throughout this chapter, we immerse ourselves in the profound significance of empowerment and social justice. By embracing these principles, individuals contribute to a society where personal growth is nurtured, and everyone is afforded equitable opportunities for success. Ethical behavior becomes a driving force in empowering others, fostering a world where empathy, compassion, and social justice prevail, inspiring collective efforts toward a more inclusive and harmonious society. Addressing social inequalities and promoting equal opportunities. In our exploration of ethical behavior, we confront the ethical imperative to address social inequalities and promote equal opportunities. This section focuses on the profound significance of dismantling barriers and fostering an inclusive society where everyone can thrive. Recognizing social inequalities. Ethical behavior requires acknowledging the existence of social inequalities that persist in our communities and institutions. These inequalities manifest in various forms, such as economic disparities, racial discrimination, gender bias, and unequal access to education and healthcare. In personal relationships, ethical individuals actively listen to the experiences of others, seeking to understand the challenges they face due to social inequalities. They commit to learning and unlearning, challenging their own biases, and advocating for fairness and justice. Advocating for equal opportunities. Ethical behavior involves advocating for equal opportunities for all individuals, regardless of their background or circumstances. Equal opportunities ensure that everyone has a fair chance to succeed and fulfill their potential. In societal contexts, ethical behavior includes advocating for policies and initiatives that promote equal opportunities. This may involve supporting affirmative action, educational reforms, and inclusive hiring practices. Removing systemic barriers. Ethical conduct requires addressing the systemic barriers that perpetuate social inequalities. This includes dismantling discriminatory policies, challenging harmful stereotypes, and creating pathways for marginalized individuals to thrive. In the professional realm, ethical leaders actively work to eliminate workplace biases and provide training and support to foster an inclusive work environment. Education and awareness. Ethical behavior involves educating others about the impact of social inequalities and the importance of promoting equal opportunities. Education and awareness raising efforts inspire collective action and encourage empathy and compassion. Educational institutions play a vital role in promoting equal opportunities by providing access to quality education for all students, regardless of their socio-economic background. Collaborative efforts addressing social inequalities and promoting equal opportunities requires collaborative efforts from individuals, organizations, and governments. Ethical behavior involves working together to create a more just and equitable society. Collaboration can take the form of partnerships between non-profits, corporations, and community organizations to address specific social challenges and uplift underserved communities. Throughout this section, we immerse ourselves in the profound significance of addressing social inequalities and promoting equal opportunities. By embracing these ethical principles, individuals contribute to a society where everyone is treated with dignity and respect, and everyone has the chance to reach their full potential. Ethical behavior becomes a driving force in dismantling systemic barriers, fostering inclusivity, and inspiring collective efforts toward a more equitable and compassionate world. Ethical responsibilities towards marginalized and vulnerable populations. In our exploration of ethical behavior, we delve into the profound responsibilities we hold toward marginalized and vulnerable populations. This section focuses on the ethical imperative to advocate for their rights, dignity, and well-being. Acknowledging systemic disadvantages. Ethical behavior requires acknowledging the systemic disadvantages faced by marginalized and vulnerable populations. These individuals often experience discrimination, limited access to resources, and reduced opportunities for personal growth and development. In personal relationships, ethical individuals strive to be allies and advocates, recognizing the impact of systemic disadvantages on the lives of others and actively working to dismantle these barriers. Ensuring inclusivity and representation. Ethical behavior involves ensuring inclusivity and representation for marginalized and vulnerable populations. This includes providing equal access to decision-making processes, opportunities for leadership roles, and fair representation in all spheres of life. In the professional realm, ethical leaders prioritize diversity and inclusion, ensuring that all employees are valued, respected, and given equal opportunities for career advancement. Addressing intersectionality. Ethical conduct recognizes the concept of intersectionality, which refers to the interconnected nature of social categorizations such as race, gender, class, and ability. Individuals may experience multiple layers of disadvantage due to their intersecting identities. Ethical behavior involves acknowledging and understanding the complexities of intersectionality, advocating for policies and programs that address the unique challenges faced by individuals at these intersections. Providing support and resources. Ethical responsibilities towards marginalized and vulnerable populations include providing support and resources to uplift and empower them. This may involve financial assistance, access to education, healthcare, and social services, and other forms of aid. In societal contexts, ethical behavior includes supporting and advocating for initiatives that promote social welfare and uplift vulnerable communities. Challenging discrimination and bias. Ethical behavior requires challenging discrimination and bias whenever and wherever it occurs. This involves speaking out against harmful stereotypes, advocating for inclusive policies, and confronting prejudices that perpetuate harm against marginalized and vulnerable populations. In personal relationships, ethical individuals actively work to unlearn biases and foster understanding and empathy toward others. Throughout this section, we explore the profound responsibilities we hold towards marginalized and vulnerable populations. By embracing these ethical principles, individuals contribute to a society where everyone is treated with dignity, respect, and compassion, regardless of their background or circumstances. Ethical behavior becomes a driving force in advocating for the rights and well-being of all, inspiring collective efforts toward a more just, equitable, and inclusive world. Chapter 7: Professionalism and codes of conduct. The significance of adhering to professional standards. In our exploration of ethical behavior, we turn our attention to the critical aspect of professionalism and the importance of adhering to codes of conduct in various fields and industries. This chapter delves into the profound significance of upholding professional standards and the impact it has on individuals, organizations, and society at large. Upholding integrity and trust. Professionalism is synonymous with integrity and trustworthiness. Adhering to codes of conduct ensures that individuals act in a manner that is honest, transparent, and in line with ethical principles. In personal relationships, professionalism involves maintaining confidentiality, keeping promises, and being accountable for one's actions. In the professional context, upholding integrity builds trust with colleagues, clients, and stakeholders, fostering strong and enduring relationships. Promoting ethical decision-making. Codes of conduct serve as ethical guidelines, providing a framework for ethical decision-making in various situations. Professionalism demands that individuals prioritize ethical considerations in their actions and choices, making decisions that align with organizational values and societal expectations. Ensuring fair and responsible practices. Professionalism extends to ensuring fair and responsible practices in the workplace. Adhering to codes of conduct helps create a positive and respectful work environment where individuals are treated equitably and with dignity. In the professional realm, this includes promoting diversity and inclusion, providing equal opportunities, and addressing workplace issues promptly and responsibly. Protecting the reputation of the profession. Upholding professional standards is essential for protecting the reputation of the profession or industry as a whole. Individuals who act unethically can tarnish the reputation of the entire profession, leading to a loss of public trust and credibility. Strengthening organizational values. Professionalism strengthens organizational values and fosters a culture of ethics and responsibility. Ethical conduct becomes an integral part of the organization's identity, guiding the behavior of all members and contributing to a positive and ethical work culture. Legal compliance and accountability. Adhering to codes of conduct ensures legal compliance and accountability. Professional standards often incorporate legal requirements, ensuring that individuals and organizations operate within the boundaries of the law. In the professional context, this involves staying updated with relevant regulations, adhering to industry-specific guidelines, and taking responsibility for compliance. Throughout this chapter, we immerse ourselves in the profound significance of professionalism and the adherence to codes of conduct. By embracing these ethical principles, individuals and organizations contribute to a society where integrity, trust, and responsibility prevail. Ethical behavior becomes a driving force in upholding professional standards, fostering a world where individuals act with honor, accountability, and a commitment to making positive contributions to their professions and society. Understanding codes of conduct and their role in ethical behavior. In our exploration of ethical behavior, we delve into the profound significance of codes of conduct and their role in guiding individuals and organizations toward ethical practices. This section examines the essence of codes of conduct and the impact they have on fostering integrity, responsibility, and accountability. Defining codes of conduct. Codes of conduct are sets of ethical guidelines and principles that outline expected behavior and standards of conduct for individuals or organizations within a specific profession, industry, or community. These codes serve as moral compasses, articulating the values, responsibilities, and expectations that individuals must adhere to in their interactions and decision-making. Guiding ethical decision-making. One of the primary roles of codes of conduct is to guide ethical decision-making. They provide a framework for individuals to assess situations and make choices that align with ethical principles. Codes of conduct offer clarity in complex or ambiguous situations, helping individuals navigate ethical dilemmas with integrity and responsibility. Fostering organizational culture. Codes of conduct play a crucial role in shaping organizational culture. When organizations adopt and uphold ethical codes, they cultivate a work environment where integrity, respect, and ethical behavior are valued and practiced. Ethical codes become an integral part of the organizational identity, influencing the behavior of employees and stakeholders alike. Setting standards for accountability. Codes of conduct establish standards for accountability. By defining expected behavior and consequences for non-compliance, these codes encourage individuals to take responsibility for their actions. In the professional context, adherence to codes of conduct ensures that individuals are held accountable for their ethical decisions and actions. Ensuring legal compliance. Codes of conduct often incorporate legal requirements and industry regulations, ensuring that individuals and organizations operate within the bounds of the law. By upholding codes of conduct, individuals ensure that their actions are legally compliant, mitigating the risk of legal violations and potential harm to stakeholders. Building trust and credibility. Ethical behavior, guided by codes of conduct, builds trust and credibility. When individuals consistently act with integrity and transparency, they foster trust with colleagues, clients, and the public. Trust and credibility are vital assets in personal and professional relationships, enhancing cooperation and fostering positive reputations. Throughout this section, we immerse ourselves in the essence of codes of conduct and their role in ethical behavior. By embracing these ethical guidelines, individuals and organizations contribute to a society where integrity, responsibility, and accountability are upheld. Ethical behavior becomes a guiding force, inspiring individuals to act in alignment with their values and contribute to a culture of ethics and respect. Ethical challenges in various professions and industries. In our exploration of ethical behavior, we confront the diverse ethical challenges that professionals encounter in their respective fields and industries. This section examines the complexities of ethical decision-making and the impact it has on individuals, organizations, and the broader society. Healthcare and medical professions. Healthcare professionals face a myriad of ethical challenges, such as patient confidentiality, informed consent, end-of-life care, and allocation of limited resources. Balancing patient autonomy with the duty to provide the best possible care requires ethical consideration, ensuring that patient well-being and values are at the forefront of medical decisions. Legal and justice professions. Lawyers, judges, and legal professionals grapple with ethical dilemmas involving client confidentiality, conflicts of interest, and maintaining the integrity of the justice system. Ethical behavior in the legal profession demands upholding justice, fairness, and ensuring equal access to legal representation for all. Business and corporate world. Professionals in the business world encounter ethical challenges related to corporate social responsibility, fair competition, and ethical decision-making in financial matters. Ethical behavior in business involves promoting transparency, avoiding conflicts of interest, and prioritizing long-term sustainability over short-term gains. Technology and data privacy. In the digital age, technology professionals face ethical dilemmas regarding data privacy, artificial intelligence ethics, and the responsible use of emerging technologies. Ethical behavior in technology involves safeguarding user data, preventing algorithmic biases, and considering the broader societal impact of technological advancements. Media and journalism. Media professionals confront ethical challenges related to reporting accuracy, objectivity, and respecting the privacy and dignity of individuals featured in their stories. Ethical behavior in journalism demands truthful reporting, avoiding sensationalism, and adhering to professional standards of integrity and accountability. Education and academia. Educators and academics encounter ethical dilemmas concerning academic integrity, student-teacher relationships, and ensuring a safe and inclusive learning environment. Ethical behavior in education involves upholding academic honesty, fostering critical thinking, and advocating for students' well-being and development. Environmental and conservation fields. Professionals working in environmental and conservation fields confront ethical challenges regarding resource management, ecosystem preservation, and addressing climate change. Ethical behavior in these fields demands a commitment to sustainable practices, advocating for conservation efforts, and promoting environmental justice. Social work and human services. Social workers and professionals in human services face ethical dilemmas related to confidentiality, cultural competency, and balancing the rights and welfare of vulnerable populations. Ethical behavior in these fields involves advocating for social justice, providing support and resources to underserved communities, and empowering individuals to overcome challenges. Throughout this section, we immerse ourselves in the diverse ethical challenges professionals encounter in their fields and industries. By understanding and addressing these complexities, individuals and organizations can foster a culture of ethical behavior, ensuring that their actions align with their values and contribute positively to society. Ethical behavior becomes a guiding force, inspiring professionals to navigate the intricacies of their professions with integrity, responsibility, and compassion. Chapter 8: Ethical Decision-Making. A systematic approach to ethical decision-making. In our exploration of ethical behavior, we delve into the process of ethical decision-making and the significance of adopting a systematic approach. This chapter examines the essential steps and considerations that guide individuals in making ethical choices in various personal and professional scenarios. Understanding ethical dilemmas. Ethical decision-making begins with recognizing and understanding ethical dilemmas, situations where individuals face conflicting moral principles or values. Ethical dilemmas often involve competing interests, potential consequences, and the need to balance personal and societal values. Identifying relevant ethical principles. A systematic approach involves identifying the relevant ethical principles and values that apply to the particular situation. Ethical principles such as honesty, fairness, respect for autonomy, and beneficence provide a foundation for evaluating choices and their potential impact. Gathering information and analyzing the situation. Ethical decision-making requires gathering relevant information, understanding the context, and analyzing the implications of different courses of action. Considerations may include the perspectives of all stakeholders, potential risks and benefits, and the impact on vulnerable or marginalized groups. Exploring alternatives. A systematic approach involves exploring alternative courses of action that align with ethical principles. Individuals should consider creative solutions that promote the greatest good and minimize harm, seeking to find the most ethically sound option. Applying ethical theories. Ethical theories, such as utilitarianism, deontology, and virtue ethics, offer frameworks for evaluating choices based on different ethical perspectives. Applying ethical theories can help individuals gain deeper insights into the ethical dimensions of their decisions. Considering consequences and responsibilities. Ethical decision-making entails considering the potential consequences of each alternative and assessing personal and professional responsibilities. Individuals should weigh short-term and long-term effects and reflect on how their choices align with their values and obligations. Seeking guidance and consultation. A systematic approach encourages seeking guidance and consultation from trusted mentors, colleagues, or ethical experts when faced with complex dilemmas. Discussing ethical challenges with others can offer diverse perspectives and enhance the quality of decision-making. Making ethical choices with integrity. The final step in ethical decision-making is making a choice with integrity, based on careful reflection and consideration of ethical principles and values. Individuals should be prepared to take responsibility for their decisions and the impact they may have on others and society. Throughout this chapter, we explore the systematic approach to ethical decision-making and its significance in navigating complex ethical dilemmas. By adopting this approach, individuals can make informed and ethically sound choices, aligning their actions with their values and contributing to a more ethical and compassionate society. Ethical behavior becomes a guided process, empowering individuals to make decisions that prioritize the well-being of all stakeholders and reflect a commitment to ethical principles and responsibilities. Identifying ethical dilemmas and understanding the stakeholders involved in our exploration of ethical behavior, we embark on the first step of ethical decision-making, identifying ethical dilemmas and understanding the diverse stakeholders involved. This section focuses on the crucial process of recognizing complex moral challenges and comprehending the perspectives and interests of those affected. Recognizing ethical dilemmas. Ethical dilemmas arise when individuals encounter situations where they must make difficult choices between competing moral principles or values. These dilemmas often lack straightforward solutions, requiring thoughtful reflection and ethical consideration. In personal life, ethical dilemmas might include situations where honesty conflicts with loyalty, or when respecting someone's autonomy clashes with the desire to protect them from harm. In the professional realm, ethical dilemmas can emerge when organizational interests clash with individual rights, or when decisions impact multiple stakeholders differently. Understanding stakeholders. A vital aspect of ethical decision-making involves identifying and understanding the stakeholders involved in the situation. Stakeholders are individuals or groups who have an interest in or are affected by the outcome of a decision. Stakeholders can include individuals directly involved in the situation, such as clients, patients, colleagues, or family members. The organization or institution where the decision is being made, including supervisors, co-workers, or shareholders. The broader community or society affected by the decision, encompassing the public, marginalized groups, or future generations. Empathy and perspective taking. Understanding the diverse perspectives and interests of stakeholders requires empathy and perspective taking. Ethical decision-making demands putting oneself in the shoes of others to grasp their needs, concerns, and values. Empathy enables individuals to recognize the potential impact of their decisions on others' well-being and fosters a more comprehensive understanding of the ethical implications. Ethical considerations and principles. Identifying ethical dilemmas and understanding stakeholders involves considering relevant ethical principles and values. Key ethical principles, such as respect for autonomy, beneficence, non-maleficence, and justice, offer a framework for evaluating choices and their impact on stakeholders. Ethical complexity and gray areas. Ethical dilemmas often reside in gray areas where clear-cut solutions are elusive. Recognizing and navigating ethical complexity require a commitment to ethical reasoning and a willingness to engage in thoughtful dialogue. Appreciating the intricacies of ethical dilemmas empowers individuals to make well-informed decisions that align with their values and ethical responsibilities. Seeking diverse perspectives in complex ethical dilemmas. Seeking diverse perspectives from colleagues, mentors, or ethical experts can provide valuable insights and enhance understanding. Engaging in open and respectful discussions allows individuals to gain different viewpoints, enriching their ethical analysis and decision-making process. Throughout this section, we delve into the significance of identifying ethical dilemmas and understanding the stakeholders involved. By embracing empathy, ethical principles, and diverse perspectives, individuals can navigate the intricacies of ethical challenges with integrity and compassion. Ethical behavior becomes a guided process, empowering individuals to make decisions that prioritize the well-being of all stakeholders and reflect a commitment to ethical principles and responsibilities. Balancing competing ethical principles and values. In our exploration of ethical behavior, we delve into the complex task of balancing competing ethical principles and values in the process of decision-making. This section focuses on the intricate considerations and thoughtful reflection required when faced with moral dilemmas that demand reconciling conflicting ethical concerns. Acknowledging conflicting ethical principles. Ethical decision-making often involves situations where different ethical principles come into conflict. For example, the principle of respecting individual autonomy may clash with the principle of promoting the greatest overall well-being. Recognizing these conflicts is essential to navigate ethical dilemmas with integrity and consideration for all relevant moral concerns. Weighing the importance of ethical principles. Balancing competing ethical principles requires assessing the relative importance of each principle in the specific context. Individuals must reflect on the significance of values such as justice, beneficence, honesty, and integrity to determine which principles take precedence. Considering context and consequences. Ethical decision-making necessitates considering the specific context of the situation and the potential consequences of different courses of action. Different circumstances may call for different priorities in ethical principles, depending on the impact on stakeholders and the broader society. Ethical theories as guidance. Ethical theories offer valuable guidance in balancing competing ethical principles. Utilitarianism, for instance, focuses on promoting the greatest good for the greatest number, while deontology emphasizes adhering to moral duties and principles. Applying ethical theories can help individuals gain insights into the ethical dimensions of their choices, enhancing their ability to navigate dilemmas. Seeking compromise and middle ground. When ethical principles come into conflict, seeking compromise and middle ground becomes crucial. Ethical decision-making involves finding solutions that achieve a balance between competing concerns. Finding compromise can sometimes entail creative problem-solving that takes into account the interests of all stakeholders. Reflecting on long-term consequences. Balancing competing ethical principles requires considering not only immediate consequences but also the long-term impact of decisions. Taking a broader perspective allows individuals to evaluate the sustainability and ethical implications of their choices over time. Ethical decision-making as a process. Ethical decision-making is an ongoing and iterative process. Balancing competing ethical principles may involve revisiting and reassessing choices as new information and perspectives emerge. Engaging in a thoughtful and reflective process ensures that ethical decisions are made with due consideration and in alignment with one's values and responsibilities. Throughout this section, we explore the intricate task of balancing competing ethical principles and values. By weighing the importance of ethical principles, considering the context and consequences, and seeking compromise, individuals can navigate complex ethical dilemmas with thoughtfulness and integrity. Ethical behavior becomes a guided process, empowering individuals to make well-informed decisions that reflect a commitment to moral principles and foster positive outcomes for all stakeholders involved. Chapter 9. Ethical leadership. The role of ethical leaders in shaping organizational culture. In our exploration of ethical behavior, we turn our attention to the vital role of ethical leaders in influencing organizational culture. This chapter examines the profound impact ethical leaders have on fostering a work environment that prioritizes integrity, responsibility, and ethical decision-making. Setting the ethical tone. Ethical leaders serve as role models, setting the ethical tone for the entire organization. Their behavior and actions demonstrate a commitment to ethical principles and values, inspiring others to follow suit. By consistently upholding ethical standards, leaders create a culture where integrity and ethical behavior are celebrated and encouraged. Building trust and credibility. Ethical leadership builds trust and credibility within the organization. When employees see that their leaders act with honesty and transparency, they feel more comfortable sharing concerns, seeking guidance, and being open about ethical challenges. Trust between leaders and employees fosters open communication and a sense of collective responsibility for ethical decision-making. Promoting ethical decision-making. Ethical leaders actively promote and support ethical decision-making at all levels of the organization. They ensure that employees have the knowledge and resources to navigate ethical dilemmas and provide guidance when complex situations arise. By making ethical considerations a priority, leaders empower employees to make responsible choices that align with organizational values. Creating a culture of accountability. Ethical leaders emphasize accountability for ethical conduct. They hold themselves and others responsible for their actions and the impact they have on colleagues, clients, and the community. An accountable culture encourages individuals to reflect on the ethical implications of their choices and fosters a commitment to continuous improvement. Encouraging ethical awareness and training. Ethical leaders promote ethical awareness and provide ongoing training to enhance employees' understanding of ethical principles and dilemmas specific to their industry. Ethical training equips employees with the tools they need to navigate complex ethical challenges and reinforces the importance of ethical behavior in the organization. Addressing ethical lapses appropriately. When ethical lapses occur, ethical leaders respond promptly and appropriately. They address the issues with fairness and transparency, using the situation as an opportunity for learning and growth. Addressing ethical lapses consistently and justly reinforces the organization's commitment to ethical behavior and accountability. Upholding organizational values. Ethical leaders ensure that organizational values are not just lofty statements but guiding principles that inform decision-making and actions. By upholding these values, leaders create a shared sense of purpose and direction, unifying employees toward a common ethical vision. Throughout this chapter, we explore the essential role of ethical leaders in shaping organizational culture. By setting the ethical tone, building trust, promoting ethical decision-making, and upholding organizational values, leaders foster a work environment where integrity, responsibility, and ethical behavior thrive. Ethical leadership becomes a driving force in creating a positive and principled organizational culture, inspiring individuals at all levels to act ethically and contribute to a workplace that is committed to the greater good. Ethical leadership traits and practices. In our exploration of ethical behavior, we delve into the essential traits and practices that define ethical leaders. This section examines the characteristics and behaviors that set ethical leaders apart and enable them to guide organizations toward a culture of integrity and ethical excellence. Integrity and honesty. Ethical leaders exemplify unwavering integrity and honesty. They act in alignment with their values, demonstrating consistency between their words and actions. Integrity creates a foundation of trust, as employees and stakeholders can rely on ethical leaders to make decisions with transparency and fairness. Ethical decision-making skills. Ethical leaders possess strong ethical decision-making skills. They are adept at navigating complex moral dilemmas and balancing competing values to arrive at ethically sound choices. Ethical leaders consider the perspectives of stakeholders, the long-term consequences of decisions, and the principles that guide ethical conduct. Empathy and compassion. Ethical leaders demonstrate empathy and compassion toward others. They actively seek to understand the feelings and experiences of their team members, clients, and stakeholders. Empathy enables ethical leaders to make decisions that consider the well-being and needs of others, fostering a culture of care and understanding. Transparency and open communication. Ethical leaders prioritize transparency and open communication within the organization. They share information openly, encourage feedback, and provide opportunities for employees to voice concerns or ethical dilemmas. Transparent communication builds trust and empowers employees to engage in ethical discussions without fear of retaliation. Accountability and responsibility. Ethical leaders take accountability and responsibility for their actions and the decisions made within their organization. They acknowledge mistakes, learn from them, and take steps to rectify any ethical lapses that may occur. Fostering an ethical culture. Ethical leaders actively work to foster an ethical culture within the organization. They emphasize the importance of ethical behavior, incorporate ethical considerations into organizational practices, and celebrate ethical achievements. By promoting ethical behavior as a shared value, ethical leaders inspire employees to uphold ethical standards in their daily activities. Leading by example. Ethical leaders lead by example. They model the behaviors and values they expect from their team members and colleagues. When ethical leaders demonstrate ethical behavior, they inspire others to follow suit and create a ripple effect throughout the organization. Ethical awareness and education. Ethical leaders prioritize ethical awareness and education. They invest in ethical training and development programs to ensure that employees have the knowledge and tools to navigate ethical challenges. Ethical education reinforces the importance of ethical conduct and empowers individuals to make ethically informed decisions. Throughout this section, we explore the traits and practices that define ethical leaders. By embodying integrity, ethical decision-making skills, empathy, and transparency, ethical leaders guide organizations toward a culture where ethical behavior is valued and upheld. Ethical leadership becomes a driving force in shaping a work environment that fosters integrity, responsibility, and compassion, inspiring individuals at all levels to embrace ethical principles and contribute to the collective pursuit of a higher ethical standard. Inspiring ethical behavior among team members and stakeholders. In our exploration of ethical behavior, we focus on the critical role of ethical leaders in inspiring ethical behavior among their team members and stakeholders. This section examines the strategies and approaches that ethical leaders employ to foster a culture where integrity, responsibility, and ethical conduct are embraced by all. Leading with a clear ethical vision. Ethical leaders articulate a clear ethical vision that sets the tone for the organization. They communicate the values and principles that guide ethical behavior, providing a compass for team members and stakeholders. An ethical vision provides a shared understanding of the organization's ethical aspirations, inspiring others to align their actions with these guiding principles. Cultivating ethical awareness. Ethical leaders actively cultivate ethical awareness among team members and stakeholders. They encourage open discussions about ethical dilemmas, share ethical scenarios for reflection, and promote the importance of ethical decision-making. By nurturing ethical awareness, ethical leaders empower individuals to recognize and address ethical challenges with confidence and competence. Encouraging ethical role modeling. Ethical leaders lead by example, serving as ethical role models for their team members and stakeholders. They embody the behaviors and values they wish to see in others, demonstrating integrity, empathy, and accountability in their actions. Ethical role modeling creates a culture where ethical behavior is celebrated and embraced by all. Recognizing and celebrating ethical behavior. Ethical leaders acknowledge and celebrate ethical behavior within the organization. They recognize team members who demonstrate exemplary ethical conduct and highlight ethical achievements and initiatives. Recognizing ethical behavior reinforces the organization's commitment to ethical excellence and motivates others to follow suit. Providing support and resources. Ethical leaders provide support and resources to help team members navigate ethical dilemmas. They create a safe space where individuals can seek guidance and express concerns without fear of reprisal. By offering support and resources, ethical leaders empower individuals to act ethically and make responsible decisions. Engaging in ethical decision-making together. Ethical leaders involve team members and stakeholders in ethical decision-making processes when appropriate. They seek diverse perspectives and encourage collaborative discussions to arrive at ethical choices that resonate with all parties involved. Engaging in ethical decision-making together fosters a sense of ownership and collective responsibility for ethical conduct. Promoting a culture of trust and openness. Ethical leaders promote a culture of trust and openness within the organization. They value open communication, encourage feedback, and create an environment where individuals feel comfortable raising ethical concerns. A culture of trust and openness fosters ethical behavior and reinforces the commitment to transparency and integrity. Throughout this section, we explore the strategies ethical leaders use to inspire ethical behavior among their team members and stakeholders. By leading with a clear ethical vision, cultivating ethical awareness, and providing support and resources, ethical leaders create an environment where ethical conduct is embraced and celebrated. Ethical leadership becomes a driving force in fostering a culture of integrity, responsibility, and compassion, inspiring individuals at all levels to embrace ethical principles and contribute to the collective pursuit of a higher ethical standard. Chapter 10: Ethical Challenges in a Globalized World. The impact of globalization on ethical considerations. In our exploration of ethical behavior, we turn our attention to the unique challenges posed by globalization and its influence on ethical considerations. This chapter examines the profound impact of globalization on the ethical landscape and the imperative to navigate these complexities with cultural sensitivity and global responsibility. Global interconnectedness and complexity. Globalization has facilitated unprecedented interconnectedness among individuals, organizations, and nations. The flow of goods, services, information, and people transcends borders, creating complex ethical dilemmas that transcend local contexts. As organizations and individuals engage in global activities, they encounter diverse cultural norms, legal systems, and ethical practices, necessitating a broader understanding of ethical considerations. Ethical implications of international business practices. Globalization has led to increased international trade and business operations. As companies expand their reach across borders, they face ethical challenges related to cultural differences, labor practices, environmental impact, and corruption. Ethical leaders must address these challenges by promoting responsible business practices that respect local customs, protect human rights, and contribute positively to local communities. Cultural relativism versus universal ethics. Globalization raises questions about cultural relativism and universal ethical principles. While cultural relativism recognizes the importance of cultural context in ethical decision-making, it must be balanced with the recognition of fundamental human rights and universal ethical values. Ethical leaders must navigate this tension, respecting cultural diversity while upholding principles that promote human dignity and well-being. Global supply chains and sustainability. The complexity of global supply chains presents ethical challenges related to labor conditions, environmental impact, and fair trade practices. Ethical leaders in the globalized world must ensure supply chains are transparent, sustainable, and respectful of workers' rights, promoting responsible sourcing and production. Bridging ethical divides across cultures. Globalization exposes ethical divides between cultures with differing values and practices. Misunderstandings and conflicts may arise when ethical principles clash. Ethical leaders foster dialogue, understanding, and collaboration among diverse cultural perspectives, seeking common ground to address global challenges with empathy and respect. Technological ethical challenges. Advancements in technology driven by globalization introduce new ethical challenges, such as data privacy, cybersecurity, and the impact of artificial intelligence. Ethical leaders must embrace technological ethics, ensuring that technological advancements are used responsibly and for the greater good of humanity. Global responsibility and sustainability. Globalization calls for a heightened sense of global responsibility and sustainability. Ethical leaders recognize their role in addressing global issues, such as climate change, poverty, and inequality, and advocate for ethical solutions that benefit all. By embracing global responsibility, ethical leaders contribute to a more just and sustainable world for current and future generations. Throughout this chapter, we explore the ethical challenges brought about by globalization. By understanding the impact of global interconnectedness, recognizing the ethical implications of international business practices, and bridging ethical divides across cultures, ethical leaders can navigate the complexities of a globalized world with cultural sensitivity and global responsibility. Ethical behavior becomes a guiding force in addressing global challenges, fostering collaboration, and promoting values that transcend borders and cultures, contributing to a more ethical and interconnected world. Navigating cultural differences and ethical relativism. In our exploration of ethical behavior in a globalized world, we delve into the intricacies of navigating cultural differences and the concept of ethical relativism. This section examines the challenges and opportunities presented by diverse cultural norms and the importance of striking a balance between cultural sensitivity and universal ethical principles. Cultural diversity and ethical complexity. Globalization brings together individuals and organizations from diverse cultural backgrounds, each with its own set of values, beliefs, and ethical norms. The collision of these different perspectives can create ethical complexity and challenges. Ethical leaders must be attuned to the nuances of various cultures to ensure ethical considerations are inclusive and respectful of diverse viewpoints. Cultural sensitivity and respect. Navigating cultural differences requires a deep sense of cultural sensitivity and respect. Ethical leaders recognize the value of cultural diversity and approach ethical discussions with an open mind and a willingness to learn from others. Cultural sensitivity fosters mutual understanding and lays the foundation for ethical dialogue and collaboration. Ethical relativism versus universal ethics. Ethical relativism posits that ethical principles are relative to the cultural context in which they arise. This view challenges the notion of universal ethics and implies that what is considered ethical in one culture may not be viewed similarly in another. Ethical leaders must carefully consider the tension between ethical relativism and universal ethics, seeking common ethical ground that upholds fundamental human rights while respecting cultural diversity. Balancing context and universality. Striking a balance between cultural context and universal ethical principles is essential in ethical decision-making. Ethical leaders recognize that certain values, such as human rights and fairness, transcend cultural boundaries and serve as guiding principles for ethical conduct. At the same time, ethical leaders appreciate the influence of cultural norms in shaping ethical beliefs and practices, recognizing that what may be considered ethical in one culture might differ in another. Cross-cultural ethical dialogue. Ethical leaders facilitate cross-cultural ethical dialogue, encouraging open discussions about ethical dilemmas and the influence of cultural perspectives. Cross-cultural ethical dialogue enables individuals from different backgrounds to gain insights into one another's values and enriches the ethical decision-making process. Addressing ethical dilemmas across cultures. Ethical leaders confront ethical dilemmas that may emerge from clashes between different cultural norms. They seek to identify underlying ethical principles that transcend cultural barriers and promote ethical solutions that respect cultural diversity. Addressing ethical dilemmas across cultures requires a thoughtful and collaborative approach that acknowledges the complexity of the issue. Ethical leadership as cultural bridge. Ethical leaders serve as cultural bridges, facilitating understanding and collaboration among individuals with diverse cultural backgrounds. By embracing their role as cultural bridges, ethical leaders promote inclusivity, empathy, and cooperation in addressing global ethical challenges. Throughout this section, we explore the challenges and opportunities of navigating cultural differences and ethical relativism in a globalized world. By embracing cultural sensitivity, respecting diverse perspectives, and seeking common ethical ground, ethical leaders can navigate the complexities of cultural diversity and foster ethical behavior that transcends borders and unites individuals from different cultural backgrounds. Ethical behavior becomes a driving force in promoting respect, understanding, and ethical dialogue, contributing to a more harmonious and inclusive global community. Addressing ethical challenges in international collaborations and business practices. In our exploration of ethical behavior in a globalized world, we turn our attention to the specific ethical challenges that arise in international collaborations and business practices. This section examines the complexities of conducting ethical business across borders and the responsibility of ethical leaders in fostering responsible global engagement. Cultural sensitivity in international collaborations. International collaborations bring together individuals and organizations from different countries and cultures. Ethical leaders must navigate cultural differences with sensitivity, understanding how cultural norms and values influence ethical perspectives. Cultural sensitivity promotes effective communication, mutual respect, and ethical collaboration in international settings. Ethical implications of global supply chains. Global supply chains involve complex networks of suppliers, manufacturers, and distributors spanning multiple countries. Ethical leaders must address ethical implications related to labor conditions, environmental impact, and fair trade practices. Promoting transparency and sustainability in global supply chains is essential in upholding ethical business practices. Anti-corruption and bribery. International business practices may expose organizations to corrupt practices and bribery in certain regions. Ethical leaders must uphold a zero-tolerance policy for corruption and adhere to international anti-corruption laws and conventions. Promoting a culture of integrity and accountability is vital in mitigating the risk of corruption in global business dealings. Respecting human rights. International collaborations and business practices should respect and protect human rights, regardless of the countries involved. Ethical leaders prioritize human rights considerations, ensuring that business operations do not infringe upon the rights and dignity of individuals in host countries. Fair trade and social responsibility. Ethical leaders advocate for fair trade practices that ensure equitable compensation for workers and promote social responsibility in global business endeavors. By adhering to fair trade principles and fostering social responsibility, ethical leaders contribute to the well-being of local communities and foster positive societal impact. Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs. Ethical leaders align their international collaborations and business practices with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs. The SDGs provide a framework for responsible and sustainable business operations that address global challenges, such as poverty, inequality, and climate change. Responsible global engagement. Ethical leaders exemplify responsible global engagement by promoting ethical values and practices in all aspects of international collaborations and business operations. By acting as responsible global citizens, ethical leaders contribute to the advancement of ethical standards and promote positive change on a global scale. Throughout this section, we explore the ethical challenges and responsibilities that arise in international collaborations and business practices. By embracing cultural sensitivity, upholding human rights, and advocating for fair trade and sustainability, ethical leaders can navigate the complexities of conducting ethical business across borders. Ethical behavior becomes a driving force in promoting responsible global engagement, contributing to a more equitable, sustainable, and ethical global community. Conclusion. Recapitulation of key ethical principles and their importance. Throughout this comprehensive exploration of ethical behavior, we have delved into the multifaceted dimensions of ethics, examining its significance in both personal and professional life. From foundational ethical principles to the complexities of ethical leadership in a globalized world, we have uncovered the essential elements that contribute to a culture of integrity, responsibility, and compassion. In recapitulating the key ethical principles and their importance, we are reminded of the fundamental tenets that guide ethical behavior and underscore its profound impact on individuals, organizations, and society as a whole. Respect for others' dignity and autonomy. Respect for others' dignity and autonomy lies at the heart of ethical behavior. Recognizing and valuing the inherent worth and agency of every individual fosters an environment where mutual respect and understanding thrive. Fairness and justice in decision-making. Fairness and justice are critical in ethical decision-making. Ensuring impartiality, equity, and the consideration of diverse perspectives promotes ethical conduct and builds trust within communities and organizations. Honesty and integrity in all interactions. Honesty and integrity form the foundation of ethical behavior. Upholding truthfulness, transparency, and moral principles cultivates a culture of trust and credibility. Responsibility and accountability. Taking responsibility and being accountable for one's actions is a cornerstone of ethical behavior. Acknowledging the consequences of our decisions and actions demonstrates integrity and a commitment to ethical conduct. Empathy and compassion. Empathy and compassion are essential qualities that enhance ethical decision-making. Understanding and considering others' feelings and perspectives promote ethical behavior that prioritizes the well-being of others. Consent as a fundamental principle. Respecting the principle of consent is vital in ethical conduct. Ensuring that individuals have the autonomy to make informed decisions about their actions and personal boundaries is an ethical imperative. Ethical leadership and organizational culture. Ethical leadership plays a pivotal role in shaping organizational culture. Ethical leaders inspire ethical behavior among team members and stakeholders, fostering a work environment where integrity and responsibility are valued and upheld. Addressing ethical challenges in a globalized world. Navigating ethical challenges in a globalized world requires cultural sensitivity and a commitment to universal ethical principles. Ethical leaders strive to address ethical dilemmas in international collaborations and business practices with respect for cultural diversity and a dedication to responsible global engagement. The importance of ethical behavior extends far beyond individual actions. It permeates organizations, communities, and societies, contributing to the well-being and prosperity of humanity. Ethical behavior is not a static concept but an ongoing journey of growth, reflection, and responsibility. As we conclude this exploration, we are reminded that ethical behavior is a collective effort that necessitates the active engagement of individuals, leaders, and institutions. Embracing ethical principles and fostering a culture of integrity, responsibility, and compassion leads us toward a more just, harmonious, and ethical world, a world where each individual's actions contribute to the greater good and the betterment of humanity as a whole. Encouragement for readers to integrate ethical behavior into their lives. As we come to the end of this insightful journey through the intricacies of ethical behavior, we extend a heartfelt encouragement to our readers to embrace and integrate ethical principles into their lives. The exploration of ethics is not merely an academic exercise but a transformative experience that can profoundly impact personal growth, relationships, and contributions to society. Integrating ethical behavior into our daily lives is a powerful endeavor, one that requires dedication, self-reflection, and a commitment to making a positive difference in the world around us. Here are some guiding thoughts to help you embark on this enriching journey. Embrace the power of ethical choices. Every day presents us with numerous choices, both big and small. By embracing ethical principles, we empower ourselves to make decisions that align with our values and positively impact those around us. Cultivate self-awareness. Self-awareness is the first step toward ethical behavior. Take the time to reflect on your values, beliefs, and biases. Understanding yourself better enables you to recognize when ethical challenges arise and make choices that reflect your core principles. Engage in ethical dialogue. Engaging in ethical dialogue with others can deepen your understanding of ethical dilemmas and provide valuable insights from diverse perspectives. Be open to listening and learning from others, even when their viewpoints differ from your own. Lead by example, as the saying goes. Actions speak louder than words. Embody the ethical behavior you wish to see in the world. Be an ethical leader among your family, friends, and colleagues, inspiring others to follow suit. Seek guidance and support. Integrating ethical behavior into your life is a journey that may come with challenges. Seek guidance from ethical mentors, join ethical communities, and surround yourself with like-minded individuals who share your commitment to ethical living. Foster a culture of ethical excellence, whether in your personal relationships or professional endeavors. Strive to create a culture where ethical behavior is celebrated and encouraged. Encourage open discussions about ethics, and recognize and celebrate ethical achievements. Continuously learn and grow. Ethical behavior is a dynamic process of growth and improvement. Be open to learning from your experiences, successes, and mistakes. Embrace each opportunity as a chance to enhance your ethical decision-making skills. Make a positive impact. Embrace the significance of your actions in contributing to the greater good. Recognize that your ethical choices have the potential to ripple out and influence others, creating a collective impact on the world. Remember that no one is perfect, and ethical behavior is a journey of constant learning and refinement. As you navigate the complexities of life, know that every effort you make to integrate ethics into your actions and decisions contributes to a more compassionate, just, and harmonious world. Our hope is that this exploration of ethical behavior has sparked a desire within you to be an ethical beacon in your community and beyond. Let us collectively embrace the transformative power of ethical behavior and be agents of positive change, making a profound impact on ourselves, those around us, and the world we share. As you move forward on this ethical journey, May you find fulfillment in knowing that your commitment to ethical principles is a powerful force for good, leaving a lasting legacy of integrity and compassion for generations to come. The potential positive impact of widespread ethical conduct on a global scale. As we conclude this exploration of ethical behavior, it is essential to recognize the immense potential positive impact that widespread ethical conduct can have on a global scale. Ethical behavior transcends borders, cultures, and languages, uniting individuals and societies in the pursuit of a common vision, a world where integrity, responsibility, and compassion prevail. Fostering trust and cooperation. Ethical behavior fosters trust among individuals, organizations, and nations. When trust is the foundation of relationships, cooperation and collaboration flourish, leading to more effective problem-solving and collective efforts to address global challenges. Promoting social harmony and inclusivity. Ethical behavior promotes social harmony and inclusivity by embracing the diversity of human experiences. When individuals respect one another's dignity and autonomy, social divisions are bridged, and a sense of unity emerges. Advancing global sustainability. Ethical behavior calls for responsible stewardship of the environment and resources. By prioritizing sustainability and responsible practices, we can work toward a more sustainable world for current and future generations. Enhancing human rights and equality. Ethical behavior upholds the fundamental rights and freedoms of every individual, regardless of their background. When we prioritize human rights and equality, we create a world where all can thrive and reach their full potential. Mitigating global challenges. Ethical behavior plays a crucial role in addressing global challenges such as poverty, inequality, and climate change. Ethical leaders and responsible global citizens work together to find equitable and sustainable solutions. Fostering a culture of peace. Ethical behavior promotes peace and understanding among nations. When leaders and individuals prioritize ethical principles, conflicts are more likely to be resolved through dialogue and diplomacy. Inspiring positive change. Widespread ethical conduct has a ripple effect, inspiring others to embrace ethical principles in their own lives. This collective effort creates a positive feedback loop, magnifying the impact of ethical behavior. Contributing to a better future. Embracing ethical behavior is an investment in a better future for all. When individuals and societies prioritize ethics, we build a solid foundation for progress, growth, and shared prosperity. As we envision the potential positive impact of widespread ethical conduct on a global scale, we are reminded of the collective responsibility we hold to create a more ethical and just world. Each ethical choice, no matter how small, contributes to the greater whole, shaping the world we want to see for ourselves and future generations. Let us embrace the transformative power of ethical behavior and be catalysts for positive change. By integrating ethical principles into our lives, leading by example, and fostering ethical leadership in our communities, we can collectively build a world where integrity, responsibility, and compassion prevail. Together, we can create a global society that thrives on the values of ethical conduct, a world that values the dignity of every individual and works collaboratively for the greater good. As you embark on your personal journey of ethical growth and integration, remember that your actions matter, and each ethical choice you make contributes to the tapestry of global change. May your commitment to ethical behavior be a guiding light, illuminating the path toward a more ethical, harmonious, and united world for all. Appendix: Ethical codes and guidelines from various professions and organizations. Throughout this exploration of ethical behavior, we have recognized the significance of ethical codes and guidelines in providing frameworks for responsible conduct in diverse fields. Various professions and organizations have developed comprehensive ethical codes to guide the actions of their members, ensuring that ethical principles are upheld and professional integrity is maintained. In this section, we highlight some examples of ethical codes and guidelines from different domains, illustrating the shared commitment to ethical behavior across various disciplines. Medical profession. The Hippocratic Oath, one of the oldest ethical codes in medicine, outlines the fundamental principles of medical ethics, including beneficence, non-maleficence, and respect for patient autonomy. Additionally, organizations such as the American Medical Association, AMA, and the World Medical Association, WMA, have developed ethical guidelines to address contemporary ethical challenges in healthcare. Legal profession. Legal professionals adhere to ethical codes that govern their interactions with clients, courts, and the public. Codes of professional responsibility, such as the American Bar Association's Model Rules of Professional Conduct, outline the duties of attorneys in maintaining client confidentiality, avoiding conflicts of interest, and upholding the rule of law. Business and corporate sector. Various organizations and industry bodies have developed ethical guidelines for businesses and corporations. For instance, the International Chamber of Commerce, ICC, has crafted ethical principles, such as promoting fair competition and environmental responsibility, to guide global business practices. Engineering. Engineers abide by ethical codes, such as those set forth by the National Society of Professional Engineers, NSPE, and the Institution of Electrical Engineers, IEE, which emphasize safety, honesty, and responsibility in engineering projects and innovations. Education. Educational institutions and professional associations have established ethical guidelines for educators to ensure fairness, respect, and integrity in their interactions with students, colleagues, and the community. Journalism. Journalists follow ethical codes to uphold the principles of truthfulness, accuracy, and impartiality in their reporting. Examples include the Society of Professional Journalists, SPJ, Code of Ethics, and the British Broadcasting Corporation, BBC, editorial guidelines. Technology and computing. The technology and computing sector grapples with its unique ethical challenges, including data privacy, cybersecurity, and the impact of artificial intelligence. Organizations like the Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineers, IEE, and the Association for Computing Machinery, ACM, have developed ethical guidelines to address these issues. These are just a few examples of the vast array of ethical codes and guidelines that exist across professions and industries. Ethical codes not only provide a reference point for ethical behavior but also reinforce the commitment of individuals and organizations to uphold high ethical standards. As you navigate your own professional journey, it is essential to familiarize yourself with the ethical codes and guidelines specific to your field. By aligning your actions with these principles, you can contribute to a culture of ethical behavior within your profession and uphold the values of integrity, responsibility, and compassion that underpin the pursuit of ethical excellence. Resources for further reading and learning on ethical behavior. The exploration of ethical behavior is an ongoing journey of learning and growth. To deepen your understanding and cultivate ethical excellence, we present a curated list of resources that delve into various aspects of ethics. Whether you are a student, professional, or curious individual seeking to embrace ethical principles, these resources provide valuable insights and perspectives on ethical behavior. Books on ethics, history, theory, and contemporary issues by Stephen M. Kahn and Peter Markey. This comprehensive anthology covers a wide range of ethical theories, historical perspectives, and contemporary ethical challenges. The Nicomachean Ethics by Aristotle, a classic work by Aristotle, exploring virtue ethics and the cultivation of moral character. Practical Ethics by Peter Singer, an exploration of ethical dilemmas in various fields, including bioethics, environmental ethics, and animal rights. Ethical Leadership, Creating and Sustaining an Ethical Business Culture by Andrew Lee, a guide to ethical leadership principles and practices in the business world. Online ethical courses, edX, www.edx.org. edX offers a variety of online courses on ethics from renowned universities and institutions. Courses cover topics such as moral philosophy, applied ethics, and business ethics. Coursera, www.coursera.org. Coursera hosts ethical courses that explore ethical decision-making, social ethics, and ethical leadership, among other subjects. Ethical Organizations and Institutes, the Mark Killer Center for Applied Ethics, www.scu.edu/ethics. A research center focused on applied ethics, providing resources on ethical decision-making and ethical leadership. Ethics and Compliance Initiative, www.ethics.org. A non-profit organization dedicated to advancing ethical practices in organizations and workplaces. Ethical Journals and Publications, Journal of Business Ethics, a scholarly journal that publishes research on business ethics and corporate social responsibility. Journal of Medical Ethics, a peer-reviewed journal examining ethical issues in medical practice and research. Ethics, an international journal of social, political, and legal philosophy, a publication covering a broad range of ethical and philosophical topics. Ethical Discussions and TED Talks, TED Talks, www.ted.com. TED Talks often feature engaging speakers sharing insights and perspectives on ethical topics, including ethical decision-making and responsible leadership. Philosophical Ethics Podcasts. Numerous podcasts explore ethical dilemmas and philosophical perspectives on ethical behavior, providing accessible discussions on ethical issues. Remember, the pursuit of ethical behavior is a lifelong journey of growth and refinement. These resources offer valuable knowledge and perspectives, but your ethical journey will be shaped by your experiences, interactions, and continuous reflection. As you explore these resources, embrace the transformative power of ethical behavior and its potential positive impact on individuals, organizations, and society. Together, let us commit to fostering a world where integrity, responsibility, and compassion prevail, creating a brighter future for all.